Good morning to one and all present here. Welcome to final day of week-long FDP on deep learning techniques for advancing medical image processing. Today we are honored to have with us a great visionary, dynamic and creative personality, Professor D.S. Guru from Department of Studies in Computer Science, University of Mysore. His achievements speak volumes and his reputation precedes him. While Sir needs no formal introduction, being a well-known person, I shall briefly highlight some key aspects of his esteemed career. Professor D.S. Guru is a distinguished academician and visionary, currently serving as a professor in the Department of Studies in Computer Science at Mysore University. He holds several key positions such as member of working group at the Distance Education Bureau UGC, member of expert committee to fine-tune NEP draft regulations 2023 UGC, member of expert committee UGC Net Bureau, chairperson, Department of Studies in BCA, CC and DS, IoT, and Bachelor of Engineering in AI and ML, University of Mysore, Chairman of Infrastructure and Technology Reforms Committee, Tumkur University. He also served in the following key roles: Member of Board of Management, Pravara Institute of Medical Sciences, Deemed University, Maharashtra, Visiting Research Scientist, NIMO Intelligent Technology, Bangalore, Director of Directorate of Distance Education, University of Mysore, Director of Internal Quality Assurance Cell, University of Mysore, Chairman of PG Admission Reformation Committee, University of Mysore, Chairman of Department of Studies in Computer Science, Mysore University, Chairman of Board of Studies in Computer Science, University of Mysore, Chairman of Governing Council, Maharaj Institute of Technology, Mysore, Mandya. Nodal Officer of Choice-Based Credit-Based System, University of Mysore. Professor D.S. Guru has a strong educational background, including a postdoctorate from Michigan State University, USA, and a PhD from University of Mysore. Additionally, he holds rank position in both BSc and MSc. He is recognized for his ethical teaching and has received several awards and honors for his achievements. Received honor of Rajyotsava Puraskara in the field of education at the 83rd Kannada Rajyotsava 2023 presented by the Department of Kannada and Culture, Mysore District Administration, Government of Karnataka. Acknowledged with the honor of Business Tycoons in the field of education at JCOM Business Conclave 2023 by JCI Mysore. Recognized as the best ethical teacher at higher education by Rotary Mysore, recipient of the first ARP award under engineering sciences by the Vision Group of Science and Technology, Government of India. He is a fellow of Boys Caste, Department of Science, Technology, Government of India for the year 2005. It's an award for young scientist from Government of India. Successfully qualified UGC Net, one more thing, awarded with the National Merit Scholarship during his PG studies, received the Best Student Paper Presentation Prize in 1992 during his studies. His contributions extend in various domains including education, research and services. Notably, he has guided 20 PhD scholars and currently supervising 8 PhD scholars. He has published more than 80 papers in reputed journals and more than 270 papers as an indexed conference proceedings and book chapters. His H index is 31, I index is 87 and citation is 3764 as on today at 8 a.m. Member of advisory boards, program committees of MIC, CV, IP, ICDAR 2017, 18, 22, ICCR 2005, 8, 11, 16, 21, ICM, CCA 2011 and many more AI related conferences. Successfully completed several projects sponsored by UGC, AICTE, DST, AISH, VTU, etc. Associate Editor of Journal of Patent Recognition, Elsewhere Sciences, and he is also a reviewer for 3 IEEE journals including IEEE PAMI and IAP, 11 elsewhere journals like PR and Neurocomputing, 1 Springer journal. He has authored 3 textbooks published by PHI and editor of 7 edited volumes. Delivered keynote lectures in US, China, Russia and France. Founder, trustee of Maharaja Education Trust, Mysore, including engineering colleges, MIT Mysore and MIT Tandavpura. Founder President of Seva Samiti at Native Village, organizing several personality development programs for school children and medical checkup camps for villagers, and also some cultural development programs. Member of Board of Studies in Computer Science state level for framing model syllabi and regulations under National Education Policy, NEP. Member of Technical Advisory Committees, Abhijata Kannada Literary Welfare Project, Kannada Pustaka Pradhikara, Karnataka State Government. Member of Technical Supervisory Committee for Planning, Approval and Implementation of Projects, E-Kannada Schemes, Karnataka State Government. Member of State Level Executive Committee of UUCMS Design, nominated by Karnataka State Government. Life member of CSI ISTE Society of Statistics Computer and Application, New Delhi, Indian Unit of Pattern Recognition and Artificial Intelligence, Indian Science Congress Association. He has received extensively, that is done already. He has traveled to US, China and Russia. And his social media interviews include Bimba program Mysore Akashavani and Sadakara Hejje program on Siri TV. That is very good actually. Sadakara Hejje in YouTube you can watch. Professor Guru sir has involved in academic, entrepreneurial pursuits and social services on behalf of Department of Computer Science. I extend a warm welcome to Professor D.S. Guru sir. Sir is accompanied by his son Vishes. A warm welcome to Vishes also. So I also extend my welcome to Professor B.H. Shekhar sir, who is the FDP coordinator and chairperson of the Department of Computer Science, Madam Shashireka. Over to you, sir. We are eager to listen to your immense, knowledgeable, informative session.
Audible? Thank you. Thanks to Madam Bharati for having said very kind, good words upon me. And thanks to Dr. Shekhar, my young colleague, and Madam Shashareka, my good friend, for having given me an invitation to be here for this FDP program to disturb you for a few minutes or hours together, I don't know. Good morning to all of you. Ellarigu namaskara. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನವೆಂಬರ್ ಮಾಹೆ ಪ್ರಯುಕ್ತ ಕನ್ನಡ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. Those who are from outside Karnataka, I just wanted to wish all of you on the occasion of Kannada Rajyotsava, since this is a November month, and it has been 68 years the state of Karnataka has been formed, and it is our 50th year of celebration of Karnataka state actually. Surprisingly, I am here in front of you this morning. Though Dr. Shekhar was trying to catch me as one of the speakers for this FDP program since long ago, probably roughly for the last 45 days you have been, but though I committed myself to deliver a session on mathematics for machine learning, which was supposed to be the part of first day. And then later, due to sudden shift in my assignments, I said, Dr. Shekhar, sorry, I doubt if I can make it. but I had told him well in advance, so there was no disturbance. I believe that, and somehow he could manage himself, and I'm sure that Shekhar has delivered wonderfully well because he knows more mathematics than myself. On the other hand, so then somehow he was like, Bhagirath. You know the story of Bhagirath, right? He continued putting his effort. Somehow he wanted me to be here. I think he was not that happy because I was happy in Mysore, no? That's why he was not happy. Somehow he wanted me to spend one day traveling all the way and spending a couple of hours here. And then I said, okay, I'll come there the last day as part of valedictory. I just want to see the faces of all participants. I accepted, and then I planned my travel and reached. That's the mistake I committed. I reached yesterday only. I should have started today in the morning from Mysore, so that planning to reach here by 2 o'clock. I didn't do that. And somehow because of sudden shift in the speakers and the one who is supposed to deliver now the lecture, my good friend Krishna Mohan, is not comfortable. He reached Mangalore and he is in Lodge, and due to heavy risk travel yesterday, he has traveled a lot and he feels like taking a rest for little longer time. Then Shekhar said, sir, you just replace. So I have become Nilayada Kalavida. He knows artist. If somebody is not in a position to take up a role in any drama, then there must be somebody who can replace him, and such artists are called a local artist, a hosts. So almost, I'm really thankful to the members of this organizing committee who have considered me as one of the hosts, right, like Nilaya the Kalavida in Kannada. So it's my great pleasure. I really feel I'm honored, indeed. I'm respected by all of you, okay, having given me an opportunity. Probably you heard of lectures by eminent scholars, eminent people who have rich experience in making AI solutions really deployable in real-time applications. You must have heard of, starting from my mentor, Professor Nagbhushan, right? It was his lecture inaugurated, and then probably he must have addressed you for hours together, right? He is known for his lectures. So he must have addressed you and must have given you the eyebird's on various problems rather than speaking on a technical way of solving the problems. He must have given you the various highlights on what are the different avenues and different problems that one can plan to take up as part of your PhD or part of your projects. And you are all, majority of you, I believe that because the FDP, Faculty Development Program, must have been teaching, right? Either undergraduate or master's students. So you can even think of taking up such problems and give them as assignments for your master's students to explore further as part of their internships, right? So, and then Shekhar must have given you the mathematical background. Then Dr. Dinesh must have delivered a lecture talking about deep architectures and their notions. And then Dr. M.S. Dinesh, who happened to meet me in the yesterday night. We were together and we went for a walk in the morning. It was a pleasure walk. So he must have also explained you the federated learning. He is expert in that. Or what did he touch upon? The Phillips contributions to software development related to medical sciences, probably, right? I know everyone, including Professor Chandrasekhar from IIT Chennai. I must have spoken on content-based image retrieval in deep architecture, right? I know his students getting associated with them. You heard of wonderful, speakers who are known for their rich knowledge, rich experience, and contributed a lot to the field of artificial intelligence in general and medical image processing in particular, perhaps. But today I'm sorry that I did not come prepared to address you all with any slides, but when Dr. Shekhar just requested me, I said I could spend about 30 to 40 minutes yesterday in the lodge and dragged out a couple of slides from my other lecture contents, and then created some sequence for your benefits. And some of the things which I would be talking perhaps appear to be a repetition for you, right? Yes, of course, repetition is sometimes required, though it appears to be redundant, but redundancy is not necessarily because of repetition, right? Redundancy is not necessarily because of repetition. So repetition is sometimes required. Perhaps the repetition may be with a different style of presentation. The repetition could be because of different purpose. The repetition could be because of different representation. And repetition could be for making your understanding much more clear. Okay, so in case, in pattern recognition in general, we talk about reinforcement of learning. In case if you happen to see anything, any concept which I am repeating, if you feel so, understand that it is for reinforcement of your learning, right? So with this preamble, my interest now is to take you all for a longer walk on a through the corridor called research, a more philosophical terminology, entitled civilization to a current technology called data science, right? Current technology called data science. So if you look at the slide here, it reads out that current technology called data science is the fourth model, the fourth version, fourth paradigm of science. Then you may wonder, what are the other three? Which is the first one, which is the second one, and the third one. Now, if the data science is called the fourth. So the science has been existing directly or indirectly for long years, but in different styles, but in different models, right? The interest is to take you through the history which we have studied during our school education, and then stepping into the current technology called data science. And I may have a couple of slides related to medical image processing, which myself and my team members have contributed and published some materials related to medical image analytics. And you are open, you are welcome to ask any type of questions. Don't hesitate. I rather appreciate, participate, interacting. Right? I don't believe in simple learning, but I believe in learning through questioning. Right? Learn through question. Otherwise, your learning will not be paka. Okay? Anyway, when you look at this picture, what do you remember back? What? It must have triggered your brain to recollect something. What did you recollect? Come on. Theory of Darwin. What does it say? Evolution of whom? You, right? Yeah, don't hesitate, accept it. It's a fact, no? Darwin has established that we are all from monks. We have to accept, right? Though we appear to be human beings, I'm sure that over a period of 24 hours, if you recollect your last one day, I'm sure at least 1 second you must have behaved like a monkey. Guaranteed. Right? Many times, not only 1 second, not one time, many times, right? Many times. We should accept it, the fact, right? It's for only kidding purpose. So this is what it talks about evolution of man, not the revolution. But today we are seeing revolution at each instant of time. Right? Please notice here that it was evolution, though the changes happened were noticeable. The animal which used to balance its body with the support of 4 legs has become an animal which can now balance the body with the support of 2 legs. That's the one biggest change in physical appearance. The number 2, the intellectual ability. Right? The animal which was considered to be the poorest possible intelligent animal on the earth has become an animal which is now claiming that I am the most intelligent animal on the earth without taking certificate from any other animal. Imagine a situation where your students will certify himself without getting any certification from the university that I am graduated, I am master degree holder, I'm doctorate degree holder. Should we appreciate his knowledge or not? Should we appreciate his strength or not? Yes, we have to appreciate. I mean, now the human beings have grown to that level of intellectual ability that we are certifying our self-certification, I mean, that I am the most intelligent animal on the earth. These are the two aspects with which this evolution took place. But these changes were noticeable. But that change happened not over a single day, not over a period of 10 years, but it happened over a period of millions of years. But I am indirectly telling that though the changes were noticeable, but the change happened over a period of millions of years, means the rate at which change happened during that evolution time was negligibly small. I'm talking about the rate at which change happened. The rate was negligibly small, right? Keep it in mind then. Once, soon after this evolution, then human being, our ancestors, I really hats off them. I really salute them for their intellectual ability that they started what is called cultivation. They discovered the significance of cultivation, how to lead life better, right? It's not that I have to lead my life alone. It's also that I must have my life dedicated for others. Then family structure came into picture. And then it's not that I have to live for myself and my family, I have to live for others also, living for others. The notion of sacrification came into picture, right? And then built up a house, got settled down in a specific location, and multiple families got settled down, became a village, and then villages are well connected, then roads, traffic, all these notions started coming up, and then today we are enjoying with the beauty of Mangalore city. We are spending our life in the beauty of Mangalore city, right? Look, and then they thought of, instead of me alone working for a problem and gaining, let's assume that X amount of, if I can take a support of my good friends, if I can take support from my other relatives, probably I can become much more effective, right? And then later subsequently, he also has understood that instead of taking support from only human beings, if I can take up support from energetic animals, right? If I can catch hold of, if possible, if animals could be caught off and then must be given a specialized training, then probably I become much more productive. So how do I improve my productivity, right? Ultimate job is to make myself very comfortably spending my time, my life. So, but yet I got to be more productive. In order to be more productive, then why can't I take support from other animals? Then he thought of identifying a couple of animals which are controllable, and he just simply neglected the animals which could not be controlled, like lion, tiger and all, but he could catch hold of other animals which are generally called domestic animals, and then thought of giving them a specialized training. We should also appreciate the intellectual ability of our ancestors, that they have studied each species of animals and they went on understanding the strength and weakness of each species of animal, and they identified that this animal is good for this purpose and this animal is good for this purpose and so on, and went on giving them a specialized training. There was nothing like a generalized training. No animal can be used for general purpose, but ox can be used for very specific purpose, dogs can be used for very specific purpose, and dogs are not generally used for riding purpose, whereas horses are used for riding purpose. I mean, the ancestors were so good in understanding. Today we are talking about SWOT analysis, right? Strength, weakness, opportunities, threats. Similarly, they did it, SWOT analysis on animals, not on individual human being, right? They did that strength and weakness analysis on each and every species of animals, and then thought of catching hold of a special class of animal called cows and oxes for cultivation purpose, and donkeys for carrying goods. Dogs, even today, dogs are being used by police department. Why? Because the memory, no computer can exhibit such a great memory of dogs, right? If you are familiar with the dogs and cats, perhaps you just take care of dogs and cats at your home for about 1 or 1.5 years, and then just disappear for 3 months and come back. I'm sure that the cat will forget you, but the dog continues to remember even after 10 years, right? So if at all you want to have excellent memory for computer, you have to study the brain of dog. How is that remembering? The dogs are known for a great memory, and because of that great memory, they are still being used for crime identification. Look at here, the ancestors have given such a specialized training for this, but not for this. Cultivation training for this, but not for this. And for this, horses, riding, how to ride, right? There was nothing like Innova vehicle. There was nothing like XUV 700, right? But the people want to move from a place to place, then they thought of catching hold of animal like horse, which is known for fast running and also carrying heavy luggage. So hence they had given a specialized training. Look, dear friends, I mean at the time what was happening was animal learning. Animals used to exhibit natural intelligence, and that's generally called natural intelligence. They used to train. Even today, if you go to village, villages are giving specialized training for these type of animals, right? And that's called as animal learning, natural intelligence. Today we are talking about what? Instead of taking up support from only animals, look, we have become so desirous. We have become so ambitious. I still want to be much more productive in my job. How do I become much more productive? Instead of taking up support from all my good friends, my relatives, and also animals, why can't I think of support from my non-living entity? Can I think of giving a specialized training for these type of systems, right, for non-living entity? And that led to what called machine learning. That led to, right, gone are the days, dear friends, where we used to say a computer is a general purpose mechanical system, and later it has become an electronic device. But today we are talking about personalized computing entities. And you can see that this computer is dedicated for biometric, this computer is within biometric for face recognition, this computer is dedicated for signature analytics, this computer is dedicated for attendance making, and so on, right? I mean, today we are talking about a more personalized, tailored end computing technology. Like our ancestors thought of specialized training for animals, now we are thinking of specialized training for different architecture-based computing systems. Okay? So that's what is called artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is simple as if I have a computer which is capable of answering, which is able to answer my question, given is a number, is that number a prime or not a prime? If I have programmed it, and if computer works for my problem of verifying if a number is prime, then computer has certain intelligence, right? Not all of us are equally intelligent, yes or no? We have certain levels of intellectual ability. There is some degree of intellectual ability. Similarly, this computer has some low level of intellectual ability so that it answers my question whether it is a prime or not. That is, if you sit with a computer and write a program explicitly and see that the computer will work for your problem, then computer exhibits always what called artificial intelligence, right? On the other hand, instead of myself sitting and explicitly writing up a program, why can't I have a set of numbers which belong to the class of prime? I have another set of numbers which are not prime, I mean a composite, and given are the two examples, disjoint sets of numbers, right? One is a representative of prime, other one is a representative of non-prime. I just show the example like teacher of mathematics teaching how to solve a quadratic equation at 10th standard, raising couple of examples. Look, this leads to two roots different, this leads to two roots but identical, this leads to two roots which are complex conjugate. Don't you think so? If student fails to understand, the mathematics teacher would take up some more examples. Similarly, think that here is a computer, I am a teacher. I just show the examples that these are the examples for prime and these are the examples for not a prime. I want computer to automatically get programmed. Understanding how are these numbers of one subset are so closely related. What makes them to be the members of the same class? What makes these to be the members of the same class? And what makes these to be the members of different classes? If that relationship existing, look dear friends, for me it appears to be very simple as understanding every sample individually well and then understanding all samples collectively well. The moment you attempt understanding every sample individually well and then collectively well, you just discover the relationship existing among the sample. If that relationship could be better represented, so that all can be pulled together, all these can be pulled together, and these can be separated mutually. Then I say that my system has built up a knowledge base. And process of building up such a knowledge base based on through examples is what is called a machine learning. In a simple way, in a simple term, it is just an attempt to build up a knowledge base for computers, not by explicitly writing a program, but by showing examples. That's what is called a machine learning, right? The computers today just learn. Computers today just, I'll come to that. Computers just, today I'll just learn, but unfortunate that they are not in a position to go beyond knowledge acquisition. So, this is what is called machine learning or artificial intelligence. Then, soon after that evolution, what started is civilization. Soon after that evolution, which was for a period of millions of years, subsequently what started was evolution of civilization. You must have heard of Egyptian civilization. What is really famous in Egypt? Pyramids. Why? Why are those popular? Because of their attractive structure, because of their beauty. Those who built up that pyramids have never attended faculty development program. They have not even attended formal education. Today, our civil engineering graduates are attending marathon lectures by Dr. Guru. In spite of it, they are unable to build up such a beautiful pyramidal structures today. But look at the ancestors were good. That is what is the merit of our ancestors, right? That is what is their commitment towards discovery. There are many things. They notice that there are many things which are hidden in the nature. Why can't I think of discover it? And they started digging up the science. Science started coming up, and science was in practice. They just simply went on practicing. So, and because of that science, today even we are using. Look, dear friends, we do mathematics with a base radix 10, but this does the mathematics not with a basic 10. I do decimal number system calculation, right? What is the radix of my number system? 10. But this doesn't work with the radix number 10, but it works with the radix 60. For every 60, it counts 1 second. For every 60 seconds, it counts 1 minute. For every 60 minutes, it counts 1 hour. But we count for every 10, you know. Look, this is a contribution of Babylonian civilization. We're still using it. We are still using it. Should we appreciate their knowledge or not? Yes, that is a great contribution. That's a great contribution. Look, and then civilization of Iraq, Greece civilization, probably this campus is an open air theater, amphitheater. If not, come to Mysore Mangalagangothri campus, we have beautiful open air theater, right? And that's not the contribution of our university people. It was thought by, well, during civilization, right? Sindhu civilization, known for reservoir concept. Whose contribution is that? Indians or non-Indians? Indians' contribution, right? Indian civilization is known for reservoir, right? Reservoir concepts. So look at, science was existing, but that science was under practice. People started practicing science, and that era was there for about 16 to 17 years. Look, evolution happened, changes were noticed, but the rate at which change happened was negligibly small, and subsequently the considerable change happened, but the change happened within a period of 15 to 16 years of, thousands years. I mean, the millions of year period has come down to thousands of years. But changes were completely noticeable in the sense that the rate at which changes started happening has improved, increased to some level, right? Look, and science was under practice, hence that model, hence that version of the science is generally called empirical paradigm, right? The first paradigm of science called empirical paradigm of science. And after that, science era started, actual science era started, and this was for a period of 400 to 500 years. Not even 500, less than that. It was only for about 400 to 500 years. And during the science era, the people like George Stephenson contributed what? Steam engine. And then Goodyear contributed Vulcanization of rubber, how to convert a raw rubber into a smooth rubber so that rubber can be used for our day-to-day purpose. And then Wright brothers have invented first aeroplane, right? And then Luminae brothers. Today, if you are enjoying with your smart cameras, it is a contribution by Luminae brothers. Alexander Graham Bell. That's what? Telephone. Thomas Edison. Bulb. Those who are in dark, he has given us the light. Has both science and a philosophical meaning, right? He wanted all of us to see the dark. If you can see the dark, without light you cannot see any dark at all. To see any object for that matter, that's what your image processing says, this object is visible because there is a light, incidenting upon it and getting reflected, and some amount of light should get reflected, otherwise I cannot see it. If I see a dark, there must be a light ray. Now it is your responsibility to enhance that light ray so that it suppresses the darkness. That is what philosophically that Thomas Edison also contributed. Technically, bulb, how to use it to lighten our life, but philosophically, don't continue to be in dark. If you can see the dark in your life, you are matured, you understood your life, and enhance that light which helps you to see your dark, right? If you are in dark, don't worry, but at least you realize that you are in dark. Realization is good enough. One day down the line, I'm sure that you will have an enhancement of light which helps you to see the dark. Hope you are understanding the philosophy, right? Look, that's what. So the science was there, exists. Newton, for that matter, is missing here. Pythagorean, right? Great contributors. We should appreciate. They sacrificed their life. They never lived for themselves, but they lived for others. They never thought of their own life. They are called great visionaries. Bharati madam said, we have dynamic great visionary, Dr. Guru, I'm sorry. But they were the great visionaries, right? They understood what is available today and what is missing for the next generation. But today we are not worrying about what is missing for the next generation. We are worrying about what is missing in me. Everybody is worried today. In spite of such a technology availability, everybody is worried today. Worried for one or the other reason. Right? Though I am a senior most professor in Mangalagangothri, I am still worried for some other reason. Unfortunate, right? Look at it. That's what is the contribution. They sacrificed their life for the betterment of next generation. They have given a lot for the current generation. And that was the period for about 400 years. I call it as theoretical paradigm, because these people not only thought of contributing something, but they realized the importance and significance of mathematics. During this era of science, they digged out the significance of mathematics and declared that mathematics is the language of science. Here I am using English for communication. Similarly, if you want to communicate machine learning well, your model well for others, if you want to document your work for publication, then use best what? Mathematics. They declared that mathematics is the language of science, and that's the only one which can communicate your idea of x to be x as it is, without epsilon addition or minus. I mean, there shall not be any additional misleading data, and there shall not be any missing data. These are the two challenging issues even today. One is misleading, another one is missing. The common is misses are the problems, right? Okay, look. So this is what is called, because they identified the importance of mathematics, and that era is generally called a theoretical paradigm. So empirical paradigm is shifted to theoretical paradigm of science. And this I always love to, because I am happy Nanjangudi is my hometown, and a railway bridge was constructed in 1891, and railway trains started moving towards Nanjangudi in the year 1891. After science, industrialization came into picture, right? And that industrialization was there only for 25 years, 28 years, strictly speaking. But the industrialization not evolved the society, but revolved the society. Very considerable, noticeable change happened only for a period of 28 years. Hence it is not called evolution, it is called as a revolution, right? Revolution. I mean, you must have seen during evolution, rate was negligibly small. During civilization, slightly increased. During science, only within 400 years, there is a big change. There is a big change, right? Earlier, just 25 years back, if I recollect, traveling to Mangalore was a headache for me. That's what I recollected while coming from city to this campus along with Dr. Shekhar. We recollected our old days. In fact, I was supposed to be a faculty member here. I joined this department and left on the next day itself. Just because the rainy, right? It was rainy season. I had seen raining all night and went off. Suddenly next day I just gone back, left this department. It was my first appointment, correct if I remember. And then I joined the University of Mysore, continued there. Okay. So Mangalore, traveling to Mangalore was a headache. All night used to come, about 8 to 10 hours. But today, if I start driving, my car is about only 4 hours drive. Probably next year, it may be of 3 hours. Right? Bangalore has become, for Mysore, is 1 hour drive. 1 hour the other day, and down the line, I'm sure that Bangalore is reachable from Mysore within 2 hours. Why? Because of the contribution of these great people like scientists, right? So that's what. So bridge, and then, this is hydraulic power plant established in Shimsha. Have you heard of Shimsha? If not, Mysore, Mangaloreans, please, I welcome you to Mysore district. Visit the Shimsha, which is the first hydraulic power plant installed in India, in Asia, in the year 1902, which is a city got illuminated in India first time by electricity. Any idea? Huh? Mysore? I'm sorry. Just because this belongs to Mysore district, sorry, this project was for KGF. Kolar. Kolar, specifically KGF, was the first city, first location which got illuminated by electricity, especially in Asia. Across the world, any idea? City Buffalo, United States of America. Just 15 years earlier to this, probably 1887 or 1888, right? So United States of America established hydraulic power plantation in Buffalo, and city called Buffalo was the first city across the globe which got illuminated very first time. And then the Maharaja of Mysore came to know that, and then he has made a team with Vishweshwaraya being one of the members, and sent the team to United States of America to understand, look at the interest of Maharaja then, right? He has sent the team, and team went there, understood that, came back after 10, 12 years and established a similar plantation here in Shimsha and got that hydraulic electricity generated. Should we appreciate the effort or not? Yes, that's the interest of a researcher. That's the interest of a researcher. But today my research scholars don't even think of going out of my department. Even they don't come to the department also, that's the problem. Right? In fact, for this FDP, I just messaged them, yes. I told them, at least for a change, you go there. Then only they thought of. That is the spirit of learning today. I'm telling in front of my scholars, right? I'm telling. That's the spirit of learning today. But look at the spirit with which our ancestors, the great people, thought of learning and establishing for the benefits of the society. They were so committed, right, to contribute something, right? Right? So look at, observations are the following. What man achieved during thousands of years was relatively little, right? You have noticed, because science era has changed a lot, right? Science era has changed a lot. Okay. I still remember, my village is about 130 kilometers away from Malay Madheshwara Hill. Malay Madheshwara Hill is known for thickest forest. And when I was studying in school, primary education, my elder brother planned to go to Malay Madheshwara Hill along with my villagers. And there were about 100 plus members who planned to visit Malay Madheshwara Hill. And my mother used to cry a lot. I had seen her crying, literally, right? Not only my mother, everybody's mother. The reason is that it was not a single day trip, it was a trip for 3 months, because they used to go by walk. There was nothing like a transportation at the time. I'm talking about roughly about 45 years ago, right? There was nothing like a transportation. They are supposed to go by walk. No routes, no roads, nothing like that. They have to pass through the forest, and anything may happen. Any animal can catch hold of them, right? And not only that, they may go ill, and there is no hospitality. There is nothing like hospital, doctors, medicines, nothing. If somebody goes ill, it is end of his life. No guarantee. If 100 people go, only 90 people used to come back. 10%. Obviously, mother has to cry, no? But still, it is Malay Madheshwara, devote, one has to send. But today, though I am here away from my own town, totally away about 400 kilometers from Malay Madheshwara Hill, if I start now, I can have my prasada there for lunch and come back by night, right? Why? Why? Because of the science era. The science era has made a big change. Correct? Look, the man achieved during thousands of years, during evolution and also during civilization, it's relatively little. But the great change started to appear in the late 19th and early 20th century because of industrialization, I said, right? Why? Why? Any answer? I already given you the clue. Why? Because, come on, scientific thinking. Please inculcate, not simple thinking, scientific thinking. Not simple thinking. You should inculcate scientific thinking. And that scientific thinking leads to a search process. Leads to a search process. What is search? Search is a process of finding out something of somebody's interest or my interest? My interest. Soon after master's degree graduation, a boy will go in search of girl of his interest or somebody's interest? Huh? Girl of his interest. Even Manju is still searching. Right? A boy goes in search of a girl of his interest, right? Like search is a process of figuring out something of my interest. Search is a finding out something of my interest. I mean, what is my interest should be made very clear. Look, machine learning for me appears to be a only searching problem. Why machine learning? Everything in computer science is basically, fundamentally, is a searching problem. Sorting is also because of searching. Solving quadratic equation is nothing but a searching for roots of that. Artificial intelligence is a searching problem. How do I make my computer intelligent? I am searching for it. Quote anything in computer science, the fundamental building block of the task is a searching. Right? Searching is, computer science is full of searches. That's why today we have got roughly about more than 50 searching strategies just for searching an element. Right? Machine learning is one search, bigger, okay? Search. When I search for something, I need not look for exactly what I wanted. Exactly like when a boy wants to get married, though he has got some attributes of the girl of interest, but if he goes for exact match of those attributes, probably will never get married. He has to compromise, He has to compromise. Then the theory of approximation algorithm came into picture. Theory of approximation, otherwise it becomes exponential time complexity. It will never get solved. Then approximation, compromisation, right? Non-deterministic has been converted into a polynomially deterministic. How do I that? Oh, I wanted to get married with a Kashmiri girl who is very reddish, beautiful and short. If not possible, I get compromised with a Uti girl, right? Who's equally reddish and short. That's good enough. Somehow we have to compromise. That's what is called theory of approximation algorithms. Right? Machine learning is because of approximation algorithms. Artificial intelligence is because of approximation algorithms. And most of the problems that you have been working on, including medical image analysis, is a non-deterministic polynomial time complexity algorithm. But somehow I have to tackle it, converting that into a deterministically polynomial. This is a fundamental attribute of a good researcher. How do I re-express the problem P into P dash so that P dash becomes easily solvable than the original P, so that the solution for the P could be expressed in terms of the solution of P dash. Re-express the problem, right, in terms of other parameters. So search, don't do it once, but do it again and again. Why I have to do it again and again? Because if I do it second time, I become much more knowledgeable. If I do it third time, I become little more knowledgeable. If I do it next time, probably I don't end up being knowledgeable, I also become experienced. A great teacher will never teach the student. Instead, his experience would teach the student. I don't wish myself teaching my students. Instead, I wish my experience talking with my students, right? I should grow to that level of intellectual. That's possible only when, if I am into not one time search, but into many a time search. And that's what is called search again. Do it again, right? Search again. Here is one example for you. Nothing to do with image processing here, but just I have got a pictorial example to convey some interesting attributes of process called research and a researcher. What do you see suddenly? Old man. No, suddenly I said. The moment he had first sight, love it? Yada. Oh my God. Love it? First sight. What catches you the moment you had seen this? If you had seen this in any magazine, it's a re-seeing. If you are seeing it first time, see it. If you want to enjoy re-seeing, close your eyes for a while, open it up, again see it. That's called re-see. Re is more important, right? Re is more important. Look, what do you see? Old man. Okay. Okay. Did you see this? Yes or no? Who is standing? Young girl is standing. Okay? Young girl is standing. What is she holding? A baby. How do you declare that it is a baby? That's very important. It's not that the moment you got the result generated, tabulate it and say that across the globe, my result is the fantastic result. Yeah? Across the globe, nobody has worked on this. You have not done literature survey at all. That shows your lack of knowledge. It's not, the research is not to generate the result. If you do something, something will come out, that's the result. Is that the solution? Are you understanding me or not? Research is not to generate the result and tabulate it for publication. Research is to reason out the results. Why it has come? You just end up claiming that mine is 97% accurate than somebody's whose percentage is 92. There is a slight 5% improvement. But my question is, my concern is, where is that 3%? Understand that. If you concentrate more on that 3%, probably your research becomes some rewarding research. Right? So research is not to tabulate. But look, you said it is a baby. What makes you to answer that it is a baby? How did you feel that it is a baby? Who said it is a baby? Do you get any evidence from the picture? Pardon? Yeah, could be a lamp, she is taking care of sheep. Pardon? Yeah, maybe even if you hold cat here, you will look at it, dog, you will look at it, it could be a pet animal, no? Pardon? Huh? Yeah, she's so happy, you mean? Yeah, even I am happy looking at my pet animal. Much more happier than looking at my own kid, Correct? Look, that's more important here. What really triggers me to declare that this is the result? This is what is. Labeling process, especially in machine learning. That's where deep understanding, deep learning is required. Why I got to deeply go it into? Because finally I want my labeling to be more effective. I want my labeling to be, such a label such that my labeling process will never go wrong for any reason. Then first level of understanding, first level of learning is not good enough. I got to have a second level, third level. As deeper as I dig out, probably I become more knowledgeable in making decision. Understood or not? That's where the philosophy of deep learning today. So, see, it could be interesting. What do you see now? Huh? What do you see here? A old man, standing or seated like you? Is he standing like me or seated like you? Standing like me. Now my question is, do you think that he is standing as comfortably as me standing? No, why? He is old. Thank that Meena accepted that I am young. No? You don't accept me as young? Huh? Fine. Look, if you say old, for my answer, then you indirectly accepted that I am young because I compared, his style of standing with my style of standing. What was my question? Do you consider that man is standing as comfortably as me standing? Then you said no. Why? You said he is old. What does it mean? I am young, Look, this should be the intellectual ability of a good researcher. When you attempt to solve the problem, you may not be able to solve it directly. Then present the problem, look at from different angle, look at from different perception, give it a new dimension, express that in terms of other parameters. See that when the moment it is re-expressed, problem becomes solvable. And see that re-expression transformation is a reversible transformation. If that is reversible transformation, you can always express the original solution in terms of this newly solved problem. Understood? Okay, that should be what is called it as diversification ability. You must be in a position to diversify your thinking. Having heard of marathon lectures by many eminent scholars for the last 5 days this week, it's not that you have to simply consume all and listen here and leave here, and or else just simply keep as if your brain is a storage system. No, you have to diversify your thinking. Subconscious should be so active in all possible dimensions and all possible directions to extend the knowledge that you acquired. So anyway, there are many interesting issues here. Let me not touch upon that. What do you see here? What do you see? Old couple. Don't hesitate, madam. Tell me, old couple. Right? My concern is, do they love each other or hate each other? Don't share your experience. If you share your experience while labeling the result, it is a prejudiced. Your research should be independent of prejudice. Because research is to decode the fact. Research is to find out the truth, not to somehow project it. Right? Don't be prejudiced. My concern is not to show that they are loving each other or hating each other. But if you say they love each other, you must have an evidence over here in the picture itself. Or else I must have narrated a story. And with the background of the story, you can say that they love each other or hate each other, right? Look, either the presenter must have given you the story, but the presenter has shown you only the picture. If you claim that they hate each other, you should have evidence. Any extraordinary claim in your research should be with the support of extraordinary evidences collected from your own experimentation. Understood or not? Anyway, there are many other issues. Yeah, what is this? A girl. That shows your interest on girl. What else do you see? An old woman. That's also your interest now. It is a composition of, it's an assimilation of, agglomeration of both young and old. That should be your PhD. Old is no supervisor. Young is research scholars. It's a composition of the old supervisor, old by knowledge. Don't follow me, I'm old by knowledge. You are young, dynamic, young in knowledge. But PhD is because of assimilation of these two, integration of these two, such that this integration cannot be separated out. Your bondage should be so strong in the sense that guide should have a feeling that I don't have existence in the academy without the students. And students should equally feel that I don't have existence without my supervisor. That should be the bondage between guide and the student. Guide is representative of the world knowledge, and the seniority, ethics, where student is a representative of hardworking donkey. And because this donkey goes with the senior person, the donkey will gradually become horse and then a lion. Lion of the king of his research area. The research is such a transformation of donkey-like animal into a lionism. Soon after completion of your PhD, you acquired some knowledge on your research topic, research area. The moment you have done machine learning on the medical images, medical image domain with machine learning technique should be your area forest. Which is the king of forest? Lion. You are the king of your area. You should grow to that level of intellectual ability. Such a big transformation should happen within 3 years. Then only I say, you have earned your PhD. Otherwise, you are blessed with your PhD. Are you understanding me? The difference between earning PhD and blessed with PhD? Supervisor, at last, after 5 years, 6 years, oh my God, every day I am seeing your face, get lost. Put the signature and recommends for PhD. That's what. But that should not be the spirit of a learner. You have got to acquire your PhD. Then donkey like animal. Donkey is known for what? I shown the picture. Hard working. For any reason anybody says donkey, be happy. Because you are known for your hard working, right? Your hard work is noticed by your supervisor. Not necessarily. Donkeys do think. Right? Donkeys do think. If you think that donkeys are not thinking, then you are not thinking. I don't know who is donkey now. Okay? Understood? Donkey is known for hard working. Donkeys do think. You leave that donkey 1 kilometer away from your residence, donkey will straight come to your residence. How do you say they don't think? Okay? Understood or not? Donkey is known for. Donkey should convert into a lion through horseism, lion through rabbitism, right? And so on. But I mean, there must be a transformation, a big transformation within 3 years. So that's what is called integration of guide and the student. There shall not be divorce at least for 5 years. See that there shall not be a divorce for at least 5 years. That's the relationship. I intentionally have just dragged this picture as part of this my presentation today because I understood that most of you are research scholars, right? Faculty members. Look at these are the some tool procedure should be made very clear before you start attempting research. Well-defined scope and objectives. Start with some assumption. Don't always dig out from the beginning. Hypothesis is a guess towards probable solution with the background of your education, and take care of contextual data and source of data, especially in machine learning, including our deep learning. Unfortunate that the deep learning are not in a position to take care of the parameters of the source of data. You have an opening for you think of restructuring your architecture like GoogleNet, ResNet, so that the ResNet will not only look at the pixel information, but also takes into account the source of data. Understood? It's not that. Look, if somebody says, Dr. Guru has a passion towards teaching, a very statement, Dr. Guru has a passion towards teaching. If that is a statement given by Nakshatrika, you know Nakshatrika? Known for 100% lying. The one who created problem for Harishchandra. You heard of Harishchandra? Harishchandra was a king known for truth. If the statement Dr. Guru has a passion towards teaching, if it is told by Harishchandra, 100%. Look, data analytics should never be independent of source of data. You should take into account sensors, right? What sensors are capturing, what is the ability of that, right? Probably I may come to a couple of examples for that related to X-ray imaging, right? Okay, sensors, parameters of the sensors, source of data, contextual data, that's more important, contextual data. What comes along, that also matters. Most of the times we dig out the features, 128 vectors, right? Work on that. How those 128 elements have come in, nobody knows it, right? Okay, that's because of deep architecture, sir. Oh, fine. Are you understanding me? Please don't use anything in a block box way. Learn internal way of understanding, right? Okay. On the other hand, these are supposed to be your attributes like diversification ability, focused mind, your knowledge, and must have a patience. Don't lose your patience for any reason, right? PhD, first P refers patient. That's why you do PhD for 8 years. I understand, right? Okay. So subconscious, systematic, committed, ambitious. Anyway, search again has now become an active process of inquiry. It's an active process of understanding. There are two ways. Let me not. Research process now. So far I just have spoken about the philosophy of research, philosophical way of looking at the research. Now I come to a slide where I can present you the technical way of defining what is called research. So what is research? It starts with a formulation of a topic covering up motivation, purpose, objective, scope, etc. And then you go with generating hypothesis. Guess towards the probable solution. While doing so, either you go with inductive knowledge or you go with deep learning. Belongs to which class? Is it inductive or deductive? Induction is nothing but specialization to generalization. Deduction is nothing but generalization to specialization. Your deep architecture, which principle does it use? Come on, deductive. Deep architecture, when you feed in the examples, it learns through example, case by case, and then finally declare that I am ready now. What is that? Look, I drive my car first time. I am not aware of the problems of humps on the road. I drive it first time with high speed, then it crashes my vehicle. Second time I do it, it crashes my vehicle again. Third time I do it, finally I understand that if there is a hump, I must drive slowly. That's what is called induction. Specific examples to generalization. Your deep architecture takes up examples to learn. You are feeding in examples and finally it learns as a whole. Then it uses what? Inductive principles. But on the other hand, once learning is ready, completely done, now the system is ready for recognition. All of you have enrolled your faces with the different poses, right? On the first day, let's assume that. Today, Dr. Shekhar wants to take up attendance. Then he doesn't do anything except clicking up the picture. The moment the picture is clicked, then your face gets segmented out by a concerned deep architecture and it will be fed into a recognition process. Again, it passes through the deep architecture. Now, it makes use of the induced knowledge for deducing this. Look, learning is because of induction in deep architecture and recognition or classification is because of deductive approach. Understood? Every model has two phases, training phase as well as testing phase or a recognition or learning, relearning phase. This learning phase training is inductive principle and this is deductive principle. These are the only two modalities. Even we, the individual human being learns through. Either we learn through principle of induction or through principle of deduction, and most of the times we hybridize them, right? Okay? So, use the those principles to generate hypotheses. Once hypotheses have been generated, what do? Establish them. You guessed that, no? You guessed it. This could be the possible solution. Then you have to prove it, no? That's what is called establishing or proving the hypothesis. How do I prove it? How do I prove it? Gather the data, right? I want to prove that my scholar Somana is not alert in lecture hall. Can I simply declare? If I simply declare, you will go to the court. Right? You will book a complaint. How do I declare? I observe in one class. Right? The class is scheduled in the afternoon. Then Somana will come, sir, it is afternoon post-lunch session, very tough to sit through. That's why I am sleeping. I am not alert. Okay, fine, wait. I collect another data. It is 10 o'clock session. He's still sleeping in the session. Then I say, look at here, morning session. Then he says that no, it is because of the speaker. This is where I require multiple examples. That's where. Even to declare Somana is not that alert in the classroom, I have to go for many more examples, and understand, I want my architecture to learn two different classes. I got to feed in many more examples, Look, understand case by case, right? That's what? Gather data and then analyze the data, gather the data, analyze the data, and then try to prove it. If not, I attempted proving with one example. He said no. Then I gathered, reanalyzed, then showed it. He said because of speaker. Then myself engaged a class. Correct? Myself engaged a class, but still he is sleeping. Then I understand that, look at here. Oh, it could be because of you are also a speaker, he is also a speaker. You just come and see in my department. Then I fix up a camera for 1 month. Attend through the lectures by various speakers, various sessions at different instances of time, right? With food, without food, etc. And finally I declare that Somana is always an alert boy, right? Understood or not? Look at. So that's what? Establish, regather. Please let me underline. What? Regather. What is more important in research? Not the search. That's why in most of our families, husband is called by re. Correct? Re, where are you going, right? Though the tone with wife calls him is a different tone. Re, where are you going? But re is there, no? Re is more important. Look at. So reanalyze, regather, and so on. However you put in the effort, the exhaustive you made it. Gathering is exhaustive. Learning, analytics. Learning is nothing but what? Analysis. Analysis also made exhaustive. But still I am unable to prove. There is a repetition. In spite of it, I am unable to prove. Then what do? I conclude it. Or I go for revising hypothesis. Look at here. My interest is to search for the knowledge. My interest is to search for the knowledge. I go down the line in search of my knowledge. But that going towards it, in computer programming, you know, because they're all computer professionals, you have a program. It's not only the sequential way of executing statements. You sometimes have while loop, you sometimes have for loop, right? Similarly, here in your research process, you have two loops, one nested within another. I mean, it is a quadratic complexity problem. The research process itself is of order 2, right? A while inside a while, for inside a for, or for inside a while inside a for, right? Anything, but it is of quadratic, right? Two loops nested inside, and it is a search. From top to bottom is search, but it's not one straight search. It is what? Repetitive. That's why it is called. This is how we can define research technically, right? Okay, so for what the way in which I defined that research was philosophical, and this is the best way to define technically what is called research. So once you are done with that research, don't ever forget to document. Documentation is very important, right? In my experience, if I tell you, if I put in 100 units of efforts for doing total effort for research activities, out of which I end up spending only 40 units of efforts for actual research, and remaining 60 would go for documentation. Documentation is such a complex job, such a difficult job, but most significant part of your, but unfortunately most of you, including myself, lose our patience while documenting. We are good at, my scholars are extremely good at carrying out research. They are extremely good at carrying out research, but they are very poor in documenting their ideas. They have got to pick up and listen to my scholars here. I am sure that they must have gone through mathematics of high schools. That's a mandatory component of my research scholars. Whoever wants to take a PhD with me, the first thing is to pick up good mathematics of high schools and 10+2, and subsequently, come on, English, the grammar books. There are some books that they have got to report to me every day, 2 pages, mandatory, because I want them to be strong in documentation. Are you understanding? Don't ever neglect it, please. That's most important, significant part of your research process. Anyway, then you can have. Look, scientific thinking helped us in acquiring scientific knowledge, and science is a method of investigating the nature. All in all, amazingly today, the changes during past 50, why past 50? I just have recollected last 10 years. Recollect that last 10 years, 20 years, right? There is a big change happening in all aspects of our life, very fast. Why? Earlier I said because of scientific thinking, right? But today, the rate at which change is happening is so high, you know. Why? Because of artificial intelligence, not because of natural intelligence, right? Because of technology. The one who is responsible for today's change is Charles Babbage, the great scientist, fundamentally a mathematician. Charles Babbage was fundamentally a mathematician. Love mathematics, please. If at all you want to contribute something in the field of machine learning, it is what matters is your zeal of mathematics. Love mathematics, pick up good mathematics, right? So it is Charles Babbage which has led to the new science called computational science. Go to a pediatric shop, go to medical shop, go to any temple today. They collect the data, they put on the computer for computational purpose. And now everything is in the form of computation, computational science. That is what is called computational paradigm is the third one. What was the first one? Empirical. Second one? Theoretical. The third one? Computational paradigm, right? So because of this computational paradigm, computers are becoming intelligent day by day, not we. Computers are becoming intelligent than myself today. They are becoming, and they are more personalized and tailored. Today we are talking about personalized Google. Personalized Google search. I sit with the Google, type in Guru. He sits with the Google, type in Guru. His Google is so personalized to give the details about his Guruji. Some Swamiji, some saint, for whom he is a devotee, no? It talks about that Guruji. Whereas if I type in Guru here, it gives me my own biodata. My Google is so personalized. There is a generalized Google search engine here. Above that there are multiple windows which have been personalized for every individual. I am talking about that layer today. I want to interact with the whole corpus, not in a general purpose, but in a more specialized, tailored, focused way. That's what I call it as personally tailored. Both of us would go to the same textile shop. We buy 2 meters of cloth. He also buy the same 2 meters of cloth. And both of us will go to the same tailor. Handed over our cloth. But while collecting back the stitched cloths, the one he gives me suits me, not him. The one he collects would suit him, not that. But textiles are same. Tailor processing element is also same. Storage, corpus is also same. But the individual end users are different. I want that processing element to be so personally tailored for me. Are you understanding it or not? Today we are talking on that way of what? Personalized, tailored end computing technology. Okay? Finally, I want my computer. Look clear, friends. Computer science is abbreviated as CS. CS refers common sense. If you are in a position to inculcate that ability called common sense into computing technology, that's a wonderful research. And machine learning is to make that common sense inculcation is possible onto a computing technology. If I can recognize individual faces, why not my system? If I am good at recognizing signature of somebody, why not my computer? That's what ultimate job of a computer scientist today is, to make my computer so intelligent in exhibiting certain degree of common sense. Understood? That's what is called computer science. So, intelligent computing system nowadays, gone are the days of only computation. Things were on only computational perspective, algorithmic driven. Earlier, when we were students, we were talking more on algorithmics. All models were algorithmic driven. Like NEP shifted from teacher oriented to student oriented education. Teacher centric to student. Teacher is like algorithm. Students are like data. Now today we are not talking about algorithmic driven computer science. We are talking about data driven computer science. That is what is called data science. Hope you are understanding me, please, right? So data driven, I want every piece of data to be so intelligent. I want every piece of data to be so algorithmic. Clustering algorithm is employed on the data to cluster. No, data themselves work like an intelligent element so that they themselves get categorized. Like somebody gets in, right? Automatically goes and sits with one group. Is it me directing him or himself is directing? Himself. That data himself is intelligent today. I want that. I just collect the data, I leave them. The moment they are left, for discussing themselves, the data element should get categorized. The data should get classified into number of classes. And such a science behind that is what is called data science. Computational science is now shifted to what called data science, and such a version, mechanization, automation of what? This learning is what is called machine learning, is a data driven science, and such a shift is called data science, data paradigm, fourth paradigm of science, right? Fourth paradigm of science. What is now demanding today is data. Are you breathing or not? Are you sure? Yes, I am breathing. How about you? You are breathing, correct? Where is the air molecule? Where is the air molecule? Show me. But you are experiencing breathing, no? But that air molecule that you are breathing is intangible. But you are experiencing it. It exists, but you cannot notice it. Similarly, everywhere data is existing, I am not noticing it. Somebody is holding a telephone over there on the other side of this building, one more is talking from this side, they are connected, data is passing through here. Data is like a gas molecule, data is like air molecule, it is everywhere, whether you love it or not, it is there with you. But what do you do with that? Right? You end up capturing multiple images every day. Before you go to bed, you go just simply you go on deleting them. Right? Even for deletion, you take about half an hour, because so many pictures you captured, And then you have to classify, is that picture of my interest, not of my interest, picture of my interest, or not of my interest. Earlier, when there was nothing like a digital camera, we used to be very careful in capturing pictures, because it was wastage of films. But today, because of digital camera, first you click it, we'll decide later. Look at, we have come to that negligence, using our own operating system like camera, device like camera, costly camera, right? We are clicking, and you end up capturing 1,000 images, but you wanted only one image. Then what do you do finally? On the same day, night, you read through all images one by one, 1,000 seconds minimum. You are wasting your time. I want then my cell phone itself to be, my camera itself to be intelligent, so that it can understand which picture is really wanted or not. Delete the rest of them. That's a good problem for you, a machine learning people. Can you come out with an Android application which could be personally tailored, so that end of the day, this retains only pictures of my interest by eliminating rest of the pictures? Good example, good problem for you to work on, right? Anyway, mechanization, machine learning. Look, machine learning is possible today. Of course, machine learning has been there. Even I worked on machine learning, Shekhar worked on machine learning, but that was a different scenario. We used to work in a smaller data set, but today, we have a corpus, large data set. Okay? Why it is today made possible? Because we have a powerful teacher. Learning is made possible because we have a powerful teacher. What is that? Deep learning. Deep learning has really made learning, computer learning possible today. Right? This is perhaps, at least Dr. Dinesh must have stressed upon this, who initiated your deep learning architectures, right? So what is conventional, let me not get into that. So basically there are 4 components of any learning for that matter. One is samples, another one is labels, yet another is mapping from samples to label. And when you map, computer has to predict which is the best mapping here. There could be possibly many ways of mapping, and which is the best hypothesis to map these samples onto output. And because of that, there could be some loss of end result. And what is that? Called loss function. So number 1 is a sample space, number 2 a label space, number 3 is a mapping, and number 4 is a loss function. If you are ready with the loss function, and if you know the labels for your examples, and if examples are sufficiently large, how many, sir? Number has nothing to do with that. How exhaustive those samples cover up your requirement. How many examples a teacher of mathematics teaching how to solve quadratic equations should be considered is a question. Then I say, even if a teacher takes up 10 examples, he appears to be a bad teacher, because all the 10 examples he has taken up always talk about identical two roots. Identical two roots. It exhibits only one type of possibility. But there is another teacher of mathematics who considers only 2 examples. One talks about identical true roots, another one talks about identical different real roots, right? Yet another will take up only 3 examples, we canvasses all the 3 possibilities. Understood or not? Even though the first one has 10 examples, learning cannot be exhaustive. It's not the number of samples that you have to look at. It is the nature of the samples. How collectively, how exhaustively that samples represent my requirement, right? So that's what. And then anyway, probably Dinesh must have given you the idea about it. Why should the deep architecture work better than conventional machine learning today? Why should a deep architecture work better than conventional today? Why deep layer makes it possible? More data, more examples. No, sorry. So to make deep learning possible, you require examples. That's not because of examples. That's a wrapping technique is there in conventional modality, right? This deep architecture, there is a fully connected layer and a convolutional CNN, right? What did he use? Convolutional neural network, no CNN. Other term balsidaralla. Yes, CNN followed by a FC layer. Correct? FC layer dissect and look at the loss function, feedback, gradient, okay, back propagation. And if you go with a more number of layers, probably you end up with a zero crossing problem. Automatically disappears. Then learning will never possible. Then you have to optimize the number of layers also. As the number of layers increases, if effectiveness of classification increases, think of 1000 layers. Correct or not? As you attend through the classes, if you feel that knowledge is increasing, even after PhD, continue attending classes only. Correct? Primary to middle school to high school to college to doctorate, fine. Why do you stop learning? Continue learning. After certain level, you started becoming poor and poor. Confusion starts. Right? It's not because of multi-layer, but because of soon after learning, this method of mapping is basically a function. This method of mapping is basically a function, right? Analytically it cannot be expressed, it's only to be approximated. And that mapping has got many parameters. Look, in conventional feature analytics, because it's a personal human extracted features, we end up extracting 10,000 maximum. Then our feature space is of 10,000 dimensional. But whereas in the case of deep architecture, they learn millions of parameters. The moment they learn millions of parameters, then the feature space is of millions of dimensions. Are you understanding me or not? Drawing a picture of my interest on 2D plane. I draw the picture of the whole building on the 2D plane. It's not so attractive. I construct the 3D diagram of that. Is it attractive? Yes. Which is more clear? 3D. As the dimension of the feature space increases, representation becomes more accurate. in deep architecture because of millions of dimensions of the feature space. Every sample that it learns will be represented in high dimensional feature space. Understood or not? Then you are basically, it is a searching problem. You are searching for the hypothesis in case of conventional machine learning in a lower dimensional space. You are searching for a girl within Mangalore. The probability of hitting what girl you wanted is reasonably less. If you are searching for a girl of your interest in the entire Karnataka, the probability of hitting most suitable girl is high. If you expand it further to entire India, it is likely to be probable. Yes or no? Yes, as you increase the search space, it is time inefficient on the other hand. The probability of success increases, but it is at the cost of what? Time. That's why deep architecture, because they look for the hypothesis in higher dimensional space. The probability of hitting what you wanted is very high. Understood or not? Whereas in the case of conventional machine learning, the dimensions of the feature space where you are looking for the hypothesis is reduced, restricted. But probably what you wanted to be outside, then you obviously failed, but you go for something approximating it. Look here, for example, this is a space where my solution is supposed to be existing, but I restrict my boundary to this. I search only inside. Then the expected solution could be here. I fail in hitting it. If I increase the boundary, probability of hitting it is very high. Look, that is the beauty of what? Deep learning. In deep architectures will look for this mapping hypothesis in a feature space of millions of dimensions. Whereas in conventional machine learning, your search space is restricted to a minimum dimension. Are you understanding me? Don't ever say it's a multi-layer, etc., etc. Okay? So, anyway, this is Euclidean space, general and classical, and we go for linear hypothesis, right? And we have a kernel functions to enhance the dimension and then suppress subsequently. Whereas in case of deep architecture, today we have gallery of deep architecture. Thus, that has put me into another searching problem. What is another searching problem now? Which deep architecture, right? Which deep architecture? That has put me into another searching problem today. We have a gallery of deep architecture, right? So look at, so there are many, and every one for classification, one for segmentation, one for detection, and so on and so forth. Specially trained architectures are there. Okay, let me not spend. But one thing, for deep architecture, to make learning possible, you have got to spend computational time. You have got to sacrifice that. More the computational time that you can provide, better would be the result. And it requires what? More examples, right? There is no theoretical limitation for deep architecture. That's more important. Opportunities are many and challenging issues in especially medical images, data quality. I want to work on X-ray images. I want to work on microscopic images. There is somebody who has built up a system for, breast cancer detection. System was built in United States of America, and the system has been designed with the support of extremely well capturing media. Right? The system was so made ready with 99% accuracy, but the deep architecture was so designed to work on the images captured by well-finished smart devices, imaging devices. The same thing is brought into Bangalore and deployed in oncology department of Kidwai, and it will have an utter failure. Why? Why? Not geographical. It is because of data quality. The devices are used here in oncology department of Indian hospital is 100 years old device. Getting me or not? Yes, I am very effective in presenting data, but I am presenting what I learned when I was a student. What do you do with me then? Are you getting me or not? Speaker should be updated, you know. It's not that speaker should be effective in delivery. Speaker should also be in the front lines of technology. Otherwise, what is the use of listening to him? That's what is happening. The system is designed in Germany, but the device, capturing device, you know, imaging system is so beautifully designed so that the quality of the pictures are so good. Obviously, deep architecture works on performing well, but bring in the same deep architecture here, give the microscopic images of oncology department of Kidwai. We have experienced it. It will have an utter failure. There is a research now that architecture will never work. Personally tailor up the architecture to suit your oncology department. There is nothing like a general solution that you can move a solution from an organization to organization. That is what I call it as data quality. Never cleaned. More time is supposed to be spent on cleaning and preparing. Think of even medical image enhancement in Indian scenario is a good open topic for you. Medical image enhancement for medical images captured in Indian scenario is still an open question for you. Okay? And then quantity, as I said already, how many, how we use that. Labeling, domain experts are really required. Somebody must have told that, you know. Doctor's support is really required. One is mathematics for you. You should be computationally good. Number 2, mathematics. Number 3, domain experts. Integration, overlapping area of mathematics, computational science and domain experts is what is called data science. Okay? So, data privacy, confidentiality of the data. Nobody loves to give the data. Why should I give my personal data to you? And number very challenging today is AI is because of technological, but people do not trust it. It happened. I believed that my XUV 700 will definitely help me in reversing my vehicle. A reverse gear, the moment it is operated, it was expected to give me an alarm, having seen the obstacle back, but unfortunately last week we could hit because suddenly it failed. That's the technology. Yes, I am thinking of driverless vehicle. Even with the driver, I scare, no? If something goes suddenly wrong, power goes off because of this, something goes off. Don't you think that you will lose? Yes, I experienced last week. XUV 700, supposed to be a smart vehicle today, right? Yes, there was nothing like alarm. Thank God, my driver could identify it suddenly and stopped it. That is where, how do I trust it? Yes, somebody has come out with a wonderful locking mechanism, door locking, fingerprint based. Correct? We are 5 in number, my mother, my wife, myself, my kids, son and daughter. All of us have given the fingerprints. System is trained well. And in addition to that, frequent visitors, my sister's brother-in-laws, my brother's sister-in-law, correct? And close friend like Dr. Shekhar and my research scholars, few of them. And all fingerprints are also recorded. Just imagine how many, totally 20 members. It's not on a huge collection. I want thousands of people to be recognized. Only 20 people to be identified. And every time when I press my finger, it gets opened. When somebody press, it doesn't get opened because it's not enrolled. We believe that. We just have deployed the lock. Think of, can I really comfortably sleep during night? Yes, it has been tested. For 20 of us, it is opening. For other 10 more also, other 100 also tested by randomly choosing people from Mysore city. And it is not opening. Now, can I comfortably sleep? Not at all possible. But you are the technological person, you know. What is the guarantee that if some thief comes and gives a fingerprint, it doesn't get opened? It must have been tested on 100 people. But what is the guarantee that it is not working for 100 and not one? Only belief. How do I trust your technology? Getting me? That is really questionable, challenging issue to be addressed by all of us. Why do you expect your people to believe that? Just because you developed it, just because you tested it. We have come across with the situation when we attempted automation of attendance, and then we just made a system to speak out their names, because student questioned me that, sir, yes, I have shown my picture and you said it has taken the attendance. What is the guarantee that it has recognized me only? Why not attendance for somebody else? Then we said, oh, it will speak out. If I stand, it says, hello Guru, I am happy. If you go and stand, hello Somana, I am happy. My name is recognized. So it is marked for Somana only. Can we think of? Yes, system can learn, but what is the guarantee that the system has understood? Learning, understanding is beyond learning. Today learning is made possible, yet understanding is not yet possible. Learning makes you knowledgeable, understanding makes you wise. I want the system to be more wise. Learning is forward looking. Learning is looking forward, forward looking. Understanding is a backward seeing. Understand this, please. Learning helps me in acquiring knowledge. Machine learning, deep architectures would help you in acquiring knowledge. And none of the architecture is available to make understanding possible today. Understanding is beyond knowledge. Knowledge. Process the knowledge to be experienced. Process the experience to be wise. It's not that my interest is to build up the knowledge. I am not only knowledgeable, I am now working with a wisdom. Getting me or not? You are all attending classes to create your knowledge base. And when you make use of the knowledge base and you become experienced, then you will have your own wisdom. My concern now to attend this problem is not to machine learning, but to machine understanding. Getting me or not? Okay? So, still it's open. Still not even a single step is explored towards machine understanding you can think of. So, who is investing on that? Nobody likes to invest, right? If you raise this type of doubtful questions, no? Nobody will come for taking care of your financial requirement, right? Are you building up complementary or supplementary? Is it medical image processing for supplementing a doctor or complementing a doctor? Supplementing a doctor, not for complementing, not to replace, but to supplement, right? High expectation, of course, and very important, you should remember, because the title of this FDP is on deep architecture, right? I take up this as a responsibility to let you know, most of the tasks do not require deep learning. Most of the tasks, but unnecessarily, we are working like appointing PhD holder to teach middle school student. PhD holder is not required to teach middle school, first standard, second standard kids. But still he can teach, but not required. Getting me or not? So look at, there is nothing like fully automated tool. All models are not true, though some are useful. All models are not true, though some are useful. Please remember this. Faithfulness on outcome of AI tool is questionable. Just because your architecture said that I am ill, should I accept it? Even I don't accept that from a doctor. I go for a second decision, right? Second opinion. The one who is known to me for long years, who is my good friend, working like a pediatrician. The moment I go with a problem of my knee, he said, Guru, you have got to undergo through a surgery. For a while I doubt about it, right? In spite of he is my good friend, In spite of it, he is my good friend, my family good friend. I doubt about it. I'll go for a second opinion. But just because your architecture, deep architecture, decides that I have a knee problem, recommended for surgery, should I go with that? Then what is the use of this machine learning? Tell me. You all have a big responsibility in our head, right? And that leads to a different field called mechanization of understanding. Not mechanization of simple learning, but the mechanization of understanding called explainable AI. If doctor says I should undergo through a surgery, then I will ask him why. He must be able to explain me. Similarly, I should have a mechanism to interact with the deep architecture with a question of my interest. Then deep architecture should explain me that. And such an architecture, today we call it as explainable AI. That itself is a very used branch in artificial intelligence. Okay? AI within AI. Not local to global for learning, it is for knowledge to wisdom. It's for knowledge to wisdom, right? You have got to have multiple, not multiple layered architecture. It is multiple parallel architectures working on a problem. How do I fuse? How do I integrate them for making a decision? Looking at my chest X-ray, it is a COVID infected. Understood? These are all quite interesting. Don't ever think of applying existing architecture somehow in open sources, copying the source and then running on your images and finally declaring the result. Please understand the internal principles, working principles of architecture and build up your own system, your own architecture for solving a problem. Then only you can claim that you have done something. Here, what do you see? Though I wanted to take some examples of medical images, I could not get it suddenly in the last night. So I just have taken up these examples. What do you see? How many classes you see? I don't want you to take longer time. Let me see. There are 3 classes of examples. It is called unsupervised learning. I have not given you the labels, but finally I wanted you to label them. You labeled them into 3 classes. I say it is unsupervised learning. And here is what? How many classes I am showing? 5 classes. I have given you the labels of the classes along with the samples of each class. Now I just ask you, where does it go? It is it is called supervised learning. I needless to explain. Supervised and unsupervised, right? These are the learning concepts. How do you learn now? Celebrities? Except apples, all are celebrities only. Politicians, non-politicians, and fruits. Okay. Any other way? Very simple. Male, female. Why do you think so big? Like Newton. The most foolish fellow on the earth who have been ever seen is the Newton. Though he has contributed a lot, right? So if you show foolishness, then you are like Newton. Correct, Somana? Okay. So, look, there are 3. Men, women, fruits. Or politicians, actors, fruits. Or men politician, actors, women politicians, actress, fruits. Where does this go? Woman? I'm sorry. When I had shown this Indira Gandhi photo to the computer, which has learnt a lot about these 5 classes, because of no coloring, it did not go away. But it said, this face looks to be more beautiful than any of these, then it should be actress. Why did you learn? What did you learn? For what purpose did you learn matters a lot. Getting me or not? Okay? Though it is not colored image, right? White and black. Your classification should never go wrong. Should never go wrong. Learning should be pakka. Anyway, that's unsupervised. Look, this is what I was talking about, no? Data science is a data expert, domain expert. What is this? Computational science, and this is that overlapping area. Okay? Between domain expert and mathematics is statistics. Between computer science and mathematics is learning, and all three together is data science. So you can classify the images, X-ray images, classification. CT scanned images, classification. I give a X-ray image of my, head, X-ray image of my mouth, X-ray image of my neck, X-ray image of my chest, X-ray images of my leg, knee, etc. Pooled. I want the system to classify. These are all X-rays of knees, these are all X-rays of chest. Right? That could be a fundamental problem still being open for researchers. Not only that, I have a corpus of X-ray images captured over a period of last 20 years. Starting from resolution X-ray to high resolution X-ray today. The moment patient comes and the X-ray is clicked, if it is a knee related problem, then I want my computer to automatically get me most related old X-rays along with the decision taken by the doctors for me to be effective in making decision today. I'm talking beyond analyzing medical images. I'm talking about medical informatics. Getting me? It's not that my interest is to segment and see where is the fracture. No. Looking at all, I want if there is any other similar cases which other doctors, my seniors have attended last 20 years. Get me those. Not only the pictures, but also what? Recommended prescriptions with the details. Then it's not that the only medical imaging is required. It's also text data handling. Correct or not? It's also that document images to be captured and stored and retrieved. All in all, multimodality, multimedia is an information retrieval, especially medical science related information retrieval system. I must have mentioned somewhere retrieval, right here. Fantastic problem. 10 to 20 PhDs can be. Clustering. As I said, I have many X-rays, cluster them into only knees, only chest, only neck, only head, right? Wonderful clustering, which is most effective way of analytics, prediction, recommendation, recognition, visualization. These are all open questions even today. Not only X-ray, CT scan, MR scan. Given is one MR scan, one CT scan, one X-ray. How do you distinguish them? That's a fundamental problem, right? You can, yes, though appear to be solved problem, but I want you to have your own data set and work on it. Even the most successful deep architecture which has been published in the literature of machine learning will have an utter failure when you capture in Indian scenario. I may appear to be so effective in delivering goods to you people because you are so mature. But if similarly I deliver lecture to middle school students, please understand. Correct? That's where I got to change myself. I got to tailor up myself, looking at the data. That's where you have to do. Take up the same existing architecture, deploy. Don't work on benchmarking data set. If you work on benchmarking data set, what is yours then? Somebody has already done it. You being a data scientist should never hesitate collecting your own data for your research. And that's the most important contribution of any data scientist today. We should never end up saying that, sir, doctors are not cooperating. No, no, you are not putting efforts. If you are a daughter or if you are a son, even mother goes ill, don't you think that you get your food? On the day your mother is ill, don't you think that you will get your food? Yes, you demand for food. Mama, go get me something, no? Though you are ill, I can understand, right? Go and beg. If begging doesn't serve the purpose, borrow. You know the difference, begging and borrowing? Beg it. If doesn't work, borrow it. If borrow doesn't work it, steal it. That's what you do at home, you know. You go and beg your mom. Mom doesn't support. Then try to borrow. I'll get you tomorrow, mom. I'll replace you. I'll serve you tomorrow. Even then she doesn't cooperate. Go and get sleep. I'll do it. You steal something of your interest to eat, you know. Yes or no? I used to do it. When my mother used to prepare some good food for tomorrow and keeping it in some storage, locking it up, no? I used to wait till she goes and disappears, then suddenly opening and eating something, right? Yeah. Understood? So look, should we have a break or should I finish up? Okay, shall I complete? Now look at these are examples. I'll quickly pass through another 10 minutes. How long I can? Fine. Preference to the participants. Huh? That's fine. How about me? Or we'll have a break for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Huh? Okay, look at here is an example which we worked way back using conventional machine learning, no deep architecture, because we had only few examples. How many samples? 5, 10. And this has got a very good citation today. This work has got very good citation today. We worked on what? Classification of skin lesions, segmentation and classification of skin region of interest, right? We worked on what she mentioned, different feature selection techniques, right? How many features we extracted? 4,182, 4,000 plus features, right? How many classes? 5 classes, 5 different regions, 5 different diseases, I mean, right? The results like this. This is with feature selection methods. This is without feature selection methods. This gives you a better understanding. This is with, read it please, I cannot see it now. That is with feature selection. This is without feature selection, 400 and plus. This is with only 8. This is 4,000 plus, this is only 8 features. This is with feature selection. How many features are selected? 8 features. Original features only 8 were selected and got better result than using all 4,000 plus. But your deep architecture will never go for feature selection. Instead, it will go for feature extraction. It computes a new set of features using all these 4,000. It computes new set of features using all these. But in conventional machine learning, you need not extract 4,182. Instead, extract only 8. If you go for deep architecture, you have to extract all 4,182 to compute new set of features, 8 in number. Tell me which is better? Conventional is better, right? That's what I said. Not all problems require your deep learning. There are very good number of examples, problems which you require only conventional classification, right? Understood? Okay? This is another work which we have which we could make during COVID lockdown period, right? Myself and my team members, what is this on? Single shot, somewhere you can read it. One shot cluster based approach for detection of COVID-19. We worked on COVID-19 chest X-ray classifications, right? So here is generalized regression neural network. Is that GRNN? I'm sorry. GRNN, and this is probabilistic PNN, neural network, and we wanted to have a single shot for each class, not the multiple examples. The beauty of this work is that we wanted to have minimum number of samples per learning. And if I am given a sufficiently many number of samples for each class, we wanted to selectively choose the best examples. Getting me? No, we did not want to give all 10 examples. I wanted to pick up only one example for the class. Searching for such best example amongst available samples to feed in so that I can train it better. So that's what is called one shot cluster based approach, right? Okay, you can Google it and you will have a freely downloadable material. If you have access to it, you can go through the materials. This we worked on. There are two works here. One we worked on only 3 classes. Other one we worked on 4 classes. And one was on fusion. Probably this is of first one. This is not shown here, the model. This is on 3 classes. This is on 4 classes, if I remember, right? Okay. So COVID infected, not COVID infected, right? And normal, leukemia general, right? There are 4 examples, and here is a fusion of those, and so on. This is on X-ray images, right? Okay. This is another general model available for access to you. It's not our contribution. I just got it from different source, you know. This just tell you how you can model. So here we have some input X-ray, and then use your feature mapping. You know what is feature mapping, right? So in each layer, you will have how many operations? You will have convolution, you will have pooling, right? You will apply activations, you will scale it up, correct? And do it again and again in multi-layer, right? And that's what? CNN. And then you will have a final feature map. Then feed into RPN, extract that region of your interest, feed into some region of interest of your interest to this, and then fully connected for classification. Okay. Fully connected layer is nothing but a classifier, and based on its success or a failure, we retrain the CNN. We just recompute the parameters of the CNN through back propagation, gradient adjustments, right? Okay, earlier the same technology which we used to call it as wrapping techniques. Wrapping, feature selection based on wrapping. You fix up a classifier and selectively choose the features which optimizes performance of the classifier, and go back, choose a different set, subsets, train it. Same thing, this deep architecture is not something new, but the tool is developed and given to you. This we have worked way back itself, but unfortunately at that time we did not have a large collection of data. Even today we don't have, only Google, WhatsApp, Facebook, because you have given freely the data. Understood? You have given different varieties of your photos with makeup and no makeup, nothing to Facebook, no? Obviously, the Facebook person will sell your data without bringing it to your notice for a machine learning algorithmic organization to train up their system, right? But on the other hand, if you come and meet with me, sir, I want one photo of you to train my model, I say, no, no, I don't give you. Unfortunate. Right? The social media idella, the social media people have taken your data like anything. Right? Anyway, yeah, this is like you can walk into the X-ray screening machine, you will get X-ray, and then use VGG16, right? That normal tuberculosis, pneumonia affected, and then set, feed in, then whether it is normal or COVID, right? Resonate for predicting the degree of severity. Why resonate is generally used for prediction of severity? Each architecture has got its own strength and weakness. Before you use deep architecture, you have got to have a thorough theoretical understanding of that. Which are the, what do you call it as? Are you familiar with filters? Convolution is because of filtering. What kind of filters are used? What are the weights of each filters in each feature mapping? One image is taken, different filtering strategies are applied. Once you apply, that's called convolution. Once you do convolution, you'll have one feature map. Once you do second time with a different, what you call it as kernel, right? You can call it, then you will have another. You do thrice, you will have 3 layers. If you do 10 times, you will have 10. And based on your zero padding and all, either you can think of increasing the order or you can think of decreasing the order. Understood or not? What are those weights? How are those? Whether they do represent a smoothening aspect or sharpening aspect? Is it because of integration or because of differentiation? Understand. Probably that would help you in understanding the beauty of each architecture. And once you know the beauty of the strength of each architecture, you can decide which is the best architecture for rating the severity, high, medium, low. Why the resonate? Why not VGG? Why VGG is used for making these classes? Once one of these is given, why? DenseNet is used here. But unfortunately, what are you doing today is try out, estimate the best, fix up the best. Is it not? What do you do here? You try with all possible architectures, estimate the result. One which gives the best result will be fixed up here. That's not the way of conducting research. You must have some basic knowledge on them, right? At least while trying out, instead of trying out all 20 possibilities, can you reduce the 20 to only 4 and then try? Yes or no? Please, do you have an understanding on possible deep architectures? Okay? Besides, what do you see? Faces of children or faces of adults? Children. Looking at the faces, can you guess the healthiness of this? Can you guess? The moment you just get into the doctor looking at your face, he says, yeah, there is something wrong. Come. Before you take up an entry into the doctor's chamber, there is a camera. The camera will understand your healthy status, and camera should give some feedback to the doctor. Getting me? It's not face recognition here I'm talking about. It's not about who is he or she. Is a subsetting, nothing. Not face recognition. I'm not interested in this. Are you understanding me or not? If you are a mother, the moment your boy comes into your residence in the evening after completion of his classes today, looking at his face, why are you so unhappy? Did anything go wrong? Don't you put the question? I want that health status checkup, looking at the faces. That's into medical images, medical science only. Assisting system for a doctor. Look, you are human individual. If you go to a doctor, you are voluntarily getting into the doctor. You are voluntarily meeting with the doctor. Being volunteer enough, you explain your problem with little hesitation, of course, certain cases. But at least you explain. Look at dogs go ill. Dog will never go voluntarily to the concerned doctor. It is being your pet animal, you carry the dog. You will hand over the dog to the doctor. Dog doesn't know that he is a doctor. Do you expect the dog to explain the problem? No. The most challenging problem. What about doctors are they called? Veterinary doctor, right? Veterinary doctors. Looking at the dog behavior, dog's faces, dogs. Leave it free, let it walk. Capture the video, analyze the video. Getting me? The most challenging job, but we are worried about only these conventional doctors, human doctors. In fact, I wanted to give a lecture on how was the medical science during civilization, how was then during actual science, and how is the medical science today. No doctor is intelligent today. Unfortunate. Every doctor is a dumb, only money making. Only few we can identify who are really sacrificed with a great talent. The same thing is true with the community of teachers, I am sure. Right? Everybody claims that I am a teacher, but nobody is a teacher, strictly speaking. Correct? We'll have to accept things. But I heard of great teachers in my life. I heard of great teachers. I have seen great teachers in my life. Today, such teachers are really missing. Why? Because of technology. We are all responsible for it. Look at. What is this? No, I don't want you to identify that who is he. Looking at that faces, was he healthy? Was this healthy? Was this healthy? Why? Was there any problem psychologically? Getting me? That's more into medical sciences. You can use the same face recognition modalities, face recognition algorithm, FaceNet architecture. Oh, look at it. Why FaceNet architecture? Oh, it is, you know, what is that called? Architecture is proposed only for faces. Use the same FaceNet, I don't mind, I don't have any objection. But for the purpose of doctors, not for the purpose of recognition. Understand? Look at. Some more. There are kids attending online marathon lectures. The problem is not that, taking up the attendance of those people attending online classes. But the problem is, I want my concerned laptop to be with edge computing technology, noticing illness in each kid attending my lecture. If I am good at psychology, if I am good at medical sciences, if I am also good, in addition to being good at teaching, looking at your faces, suddenly I say, probably you have some problem, go out. I do it in my lecture halls. Probably, yeah, I think, Saraswati, you have some problem it seems, please go, have a rest. We identify it. Can we have a technology for teachers to identify such students who are really feeling uncomfortable attending my lecture? Because of health issue, not because of some other issue. If it is because of some other issue, I'll have to correct her. If it is because of health issue, I have to take care of her, right? Can we have same machine learning algorithms for face recognition, face spatial, expressions, emotions, emotions. Teachers are known for great emotions. He is supposed to be a good actor on the dais, but nobody is such a teacher today. Missing. I really feel bad about it. Right? Yeah. Sports environment. Look here, some fall will happen and gets detected and crowd gets formed. People are there to take care of. They all, by the time, he loses his conscious, he will be taken and put on the bed. Doctor will come. What happened? What happened? Except that boy who fell down, got injured, and rest of them explain. Look at the scenario. Except that who is really injured, no, he is unconscious. Who are giving me the data? Rest all. Nobody has seen him. Everybody has seen him after fall. Can I have a camera capturing the method of falling down, the sequence with which he falls down, and the way in which he bends his body? How did it happen in different cameras, different perception, and present to the doctor? Not the video, summary extracted from the videos. Then he must have understood the moment he fell down, oh, knee got injured. Because of that great injury, he has become unconscious. Otherwise we say, sir, he just fell down and got unconscious, sir. How about second one also same? Third one? I didn't see, but I saw. I didn't see, but I saw. Don't you think that's really unfair, no? Accidents, meeting with accidents. Even driver will never be in a position to explain to the doctor, can you have a set of cameras, capture that scene, sequence, and present, not the video, but context, extracted, meaningful information to the doctor. Doctor supportive data. Okay? You can keep one camera while patient entering into the hospital. You can keep another camera here while patients are walking out of the hospital. Then you have to detect activity, entry activity, exit activity. While exiting, you have to speak out some information. While coming in, you have to welcome with some information. Even activity detection in hospital is a very strange, complex problem. Medical sciences is nothing to do with only images. Always you talk about X-ray, CT, MR, right? There is something beyond that. This is out of my interest. I just wanted to show this video because I am still happy about this work which we accomplished as part of deployable AI real-time application. Nothing to do with medical sciences. This is a scenario where we had an opportunity to work for quite real-time video capturing and video analytics, and there were trucks trying to enter into these two gates, gate number 1 and gate number 2. There is a Y junction. The problem is to estimate the queue length if trucks are waiting for a longer time, and then estimating their dwell time, waiting time, and no other truck should be identified in this scene. No deep architecture works ready-made. No deep architecture works ready-made. Because if you go with a YOLO. I'm sorry, I'm old. I generally forget things. YOLO. Okay, YOLO. YOLO architecture is known for detection, There are variants of YOLO. Right? Variants of YOLO for detecting objects. You apply the YOLO, the most powerful detecting algorithm of YOLO. It will detect all. My question is not that. My concern is I have to detect only those trucks which trying to pass through the gantry gate 1 or 2. None of these type of. This is a 4+4 8-lane traffic. Out of 8 lane, we wanted to identify only those trucks which are trying to enter through first lane. How do I identify the lane? Image is a 2D plane, unfortunate. I have only one camera. Sometimes I fix up the camera here to recognize the faces of people who are seated inside the classroom, and the window is made up of glass, and somebody standing outside, it recognizes the person who is outside. Because the glass, no, face is still visible. It recognizes him. Someone is standing outside. It recognizes someone is inside the classroom. Now my concern is, how do I differentiate the people who are inside and the people who are outside? The biggest problem we have encountered when we wanted to automate identification of royal customers for jewelry shop. Jewelry shop is because of glass material, no? When somebody, we identified later, when somebody parked his two-wheeler outside near post bath, but camera is here, captured his face and recognized that, I am sorry, I don't know this face. Oh, then later we understood. Then how do I restrict my camera not to capture the faces after that glass? No deep architecture is available. Correct? Yes. There are many interesting. Please don't depend only on deep architectures. That should not be the spirit of learning. Right? See? Number 2. You must have noticed certain vehicles were given different identification number. Did you? Did you notice? Probably what is this ID? 1, right? This ID? 2. A tracker is initiated. They are very simple in your terminology. We just have detected and restricted YOLO not to detect all but to detect only, and then tracker was initiated and tracker is following that, and tracker is lost sometimes, and tracker is reinitiated. When tracker is reinitiated, automatically new ID gets generated. Look at now. Let's see if this gets reinitiated. No, I think it must have been number 2 here. 0 must have been left out. That would have been with a 0. 2, right? ID? 2. Tracker is working. Tracker is following it up. It is tracking, I mean. Tracking the truck. Tracker is last. ID 5, because before that it was identified. Tracker 4, tracker 5. Then goes in. Does it mean that 2 and 5 are different? 2 and 5 are? They are same, no? They are same truck. By the end of a day, the number of ID generated is 100. That doesn't mean that there were 100 trucks passed through. Then which are the identifiers given to the same truck? Then it is a question of identifying equivalence classes. Equivalence classes of IDs. I can observe through my vision. I know I have natural intelligence. How do I make my system understand which are all the equivalent classes? That was a challenging issue we addressed. Right? Look, finally I want this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 equal to 5, 0 equal to 1. These are the equivalence classes. Then at a given instant of time on my dashboard, I want only the statistics to be displayed, not the video to be displayed, so that I am supposed to watch continuously. This I have intentionally taken up to let you know that no architecture will suit your requirements right. Understood or not? Okay. There are many other challenges. Look, sign language understanding. A man who cannot speak out will go to a doctor. Deaf and dumb, speech impaired, ear impaired, but still has a health problem. Where does he go? Where should he go? He should go to the doctor. How does he communicate then? If he says X through signal signing, doctor understands why. Medicine is given for why. Look at the situation. Even sometimes we are good at presenting, in spite of it, doctor will give wrong medicine, no? Look at our good friends who are speech impaired and ear impaired. Can I think of technology? Sign language understanding. And this is not a general sign language I'm talking about. Sign language related to health cases. How does that speech impaired person presents stomach ache? How does that present headache? Generate, automate it, give it as a supplementary tool for a doctor. If such a person goes to an orthopedic, he will have limited signs, If that such a person goes to a general medicine doctor, he will have a limited signs, Can you make it such a domain specific sign language understanding system? A very good PhD topic. Agree? Animal health, already have spoken out, right? Animal health monitoring. Classroom health monitoring, I also said, no? Classroom health monitoring. These are many, many interesting problems which are under exploration, and no ready-made solution is available. You have to tailor the solutions. Look, dear friends, for your kind information, we have a lab called dal, which will be served for lunch, I am sure. ಏನಮ್ಮ ದಾಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ? ಕೊಡಲ್ವಾ? ದಾಲ್ Data Analytics and Learning Laboratory. Okay, we have Data Analytics and Learning Laboratory in our department, which is open for you people to come and spend any number of days, any number of months, and you come with a kind of preparation, share with us, choose one of us to supervise your work, to support your work, mail us, come and work in the lab. If something comes out good, and if you feel we also have contributed, you can have co-authorship. Otherwise, you publish yourself with a great acknowledgement. Right? Probably, I think I remember you could spend how many days? 10 days. She was in the lab 10 days and fed up with the lab and came back and never turned up back. Okay, she's scared off, I believe. Of course, in that sense, we are really tough and rough and tough, what do you call it as, right? To some extent. Yes, we have that lab, and for your kind information, our lab is known for AI applications, not for the last 5 years, but from 1997. 1997, my PhD was on object recognition. Detection and recognition. Today you are talking about YOLO for detection. But at that time we did not have good materials to productize it and canvas it. That's all the difference. Is it? Okay. With all this, what did you notice in my lecture? What did you notice? Quick. World is changing. More research problem, and more than that. World is changing. Changing is the only thing which is permanent. What is permanent is? Change is the permanent. Unless we get along with the changes, we will never have our existence. Yes, inevitable. Inevitable. Look, first flight, current flight, smart flights, steam engine, current bullet, self-driven trains. Correct? Who is responsible for this? Technology, only technology. Science, in between engineering. Look, science, engineering and technology. Graham Bell, current smartphones. My laptop, current one. Earlier, the big computer. Ladies must have been happy today. Home appliances. You need not wash the cloth. We have a system to wash. Dishwasher. No, dishwasher is also there, right? No, correct. Okay, not only washing cloths, washing vessels, right? We are talking about chapati maker. Correct, today we are talking about roti maker, right? One day a human maker will also come. Okay. So, mobile library, capturing, see, theory of Darwin goes off. New theory will come in because monkey continues to be monkey. We have come back to monkey state only. Right? Yeah, when I see my research scholars working in laboratory, I recollect this picture. I never said they are monkeys. I recollected this picture. Right? See, who is happy? Not this man, worried a lot. Look, this man is happy. In between, that evolved human being was happy. When the human started becoming so selfish, becoming more highly productive, serving himself, only for himself, he has become so worried, unhappy. Today, I am a senior most professor, well-known professor in the campus of Mangalagangothri, but still I am worried a lot. Because many reasons. Why single reason? Many reasons. Correct or not? Most of the times, except my profession, I appreciate all other professions. Except my own profession of teaching, I appreciate vice chancellor profession, director profession, administrator profession, registrar of the university, police officer. Very good. Except my profession. That policeman also, good professor, wonderful professor. He doesn't like his own profession. That's the problem. None of us love our own profession. But every other profession appears to be so interesting. That's why I am worried a lot. Artha agtide alla, for getting me, please. Love your profession. That's the first step towards your success. That's the first step towards your self-satisfaction. Love what you do. That is you. It is yours. I am proud that I am a professor. You must also have the feeling that you are a researcher. You are a teacher. Are you understanding me or not? Right? You must have that passion and love towards your profession. Don't worry. He started worrying. But Robo becomes happy. That's so happy. Look at the face. So happy, no? Then we must stop in future saying that evolution of man, but say what? Evolution of robo intelligent systems. Ends of Darwin theory. A new theory starts. You call by your own name, don't worry. What plays behind this evolution of robo? Not natural learning, but machine learning. Right? With this, dear friends, overall, science creates, I said already, science creates. Engineering makes it. Technology beautifies it. Science creates, engineering makes it, technology beautifies it. External world is so beautiful. We are living, thank God, and thanks to our ancestors, we are living in such a beautiful world. Extremely beautiful world. Extremely beautiful world. World is so beautiful. Unfortunate that I want you to read that. Our internal soul is not so beautiful. Russian war, Israel war. Why? Last week I just could read the statistics that across the globe, if all weapons are counted, and we have so much of weapons to spoil the entire globe 21 times. Not a single time. You can spoil the entire globe how many times? 21 times. Why? Why so many weapons today? Because the world is so beautiful, my internal soul is not that beautiful to enjoy the beautiful world. We are looking for something different. We are looking for something unwanted. We are looking for something undeserving, right? Who are responsible? Who are responsible for it? Politicians? No, because politicians was also a student. Who are responsible? Come on, please, who are responsible? Teachers. It is a faculty development program. I don't want that FDB to be a family development program. I want that FDB to be real faculty development. You have got such a great responsibility of teaching your students not the content into the mind, but the life into their heart. Understanding me? Yes, please. Look at here is an example for you, which I most of the times recollect. There was a great photojournalist called Kevin Carter who could click this picture. There was a vulture waiting for this baby to carry it away for considering it as its food. And he could click such a picture in the year 1993 actually. The picture was clicked in 1993 and award was given. Pulitzer Award prize was given, international prize. Pulitzer was given by New York Times, if I remember, in the year 94, and he claimed that Carter claimed himself to be a very successful photojournalist. He claimed, he was interviewed, most of the news articles apprised him like anything. He claimed that I am a successful photojournalist, my life is fine now today. Down the line after 3 months, because of one interview by an old lady, same paper wrote an article stating that there was not a single vulture, there were two vultures. One is that real one, the other one is the photographer. Because when he interviewed, asked what happened to the baby, did you take care of him? He did not have answer. Yes, he did not have an answer. Of course, then later, psychologically he went depressed, not because of only that, of course, that guilty was also a part of it. And having seen many people dying, and he himself committed a suicide. The one who claimed to be successful in life, within 3 months will disappear. Just simply disappeared. Look, dear friends, don't ever try to be successful in your life, because satisfied life is better than a successful life. The reason is the success is measured by others, but satisfaction is measured by my own soul, mind and heart. Aristotle said once, way back, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. It's not that you have to. Of course, teaching kids counting is fine, but teaching them what really counts in their life is ultimate. In school education, we teach them how to count, but we should not end up only in that, but we have to tell them what really counts in their life. That is supposed to be the responsibility of all faculty members here. It's my humble request to all of you. Please have a feeling that unless you teach your kids in a better way, effective way in your own institution, you don't have any rights to expect good teachers for your own kids in another school. I don't have any rights to expect good teacher for my son and daughter unless I am good in teaching in my own department, right? Carry that, please. Though it looks to be little harsh, right? But it's a very important message to all of you, because it is a faculty development program. I'm sure that for the last 1 week, You have picked up many interesting concepts, but I don't want you to go with being educated with only mind, but I want you to touch your heart. Somehow reaching the goal is not the matter. My journey is supposed to be exemplar. Look, my own message to you is that life is nothing but accomplishments. I do agree. I am here to accomplish something in my life. My life is nothing but accomplishment, but the path to accomplishment must be exemplar. If you know Kannada, ಜೀವನವು ಸಾಧನೆಗಳಲ್ಲದೆ ಬೇರೇನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಹಾದಿ ಅನುಕರಣೀಯವಾಗಿರಬೇಕು. Right? Exemplar. Fine? With this, I just stop here at this junction with a great thanks to the organizers and special thanks to my young friend Dr. Shekhar for having given me an invitation to be here in this part of FDP program. Right? Accidentally or incidentally, he has become successful and satisfied today because somehow he wanted me to give a lecture. I used to avoid, but fate is there, no? Right? Fate is there. So it has brought me over here in the morning, unexpectedly. Hope, though it was unexpected, I did my job. I did my justice to the lecture for 2 hours. With this, I also thank wholeheartedly my research scholars, including Dr. Shekhar, who worked with me in my laboratory, 25 plus research scholars, for their rich knowledge and those who have educated me indirectly today for my experience. If I can stand for a little longer time talking on the topic of my interest, it's not because of my own research, but because of my research scholars. Thanks to all of them. Thank you all for your patience. If you have any observation questions, I would love to attend.
It's a good fight for us for the field, sir.
Thank you very much. Any question, any observation? If so, otherwise I am available during lunchtime if lunch is provided to me also. Okay, we'll catch up later. Thank you.
Dear participants,
ಸಾಕು ನಂದೇ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗಿದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬಾಯ್ ಕಡೆ.
hello. 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 Yeah. Dear participants, on behalf of Department of Computer Science, I sincerely thank Professor D.S. Guru sir for Triple IT session. Triple IT is for interactive, interesting and informative technical session. Sir has addressed many research aspects that is thought-provoking for all of us. He highlighted the significance of scientific thinking, need for reasoning out than just tabulating. It was like a quick technical movie starting from D, ending with D. That is Darwin's theory of evolution to deep learning, then to deep understanding, taking us to a different world of knowledge. Sir is very innovative, defining and exploring new meanings, new dimensions for various words that we use in day-to-day research life. And also, he has presented various challenges and research opportunities. Finally, the medical image processing, and also he presented a few interesting research problems. Great session, sir. After listening to your session, I truly felt that we are fortunate to have a learning experience with you. Thank you very much.
One more on Hindi actress.
That is common these days, so nobody is taking it seriously.
Is that deep fake is because of deep architecture? Of course, because of technology, not because of the technology, but because of the reality of humanity.
Because
All of you, please settle down. Participants, please settle down. Participants, please settle down. Now we will have a quiz and a feedback session. Please settle down. Take your seat. We have 20 minutes for that. We are already running short of time. Take your seat. If all of you are standing, then we can't start. If you are standing, come here and stand. Better anchor. MCQ, writing test. MCQ it is. MCQ, but not soft copy, hard copy. Please sit down. Stop discussing.
Hey, Zahid, sit down.
Start ಮಾಡುವ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್. ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ವಿತ್ ದಟ್. After the test, you fill up feedback form. Only 20 minutes time you have for the test and feedback. Participants, please listen. Your attention, please. We have only 20 minutes for quiz and feedback. Take. Now it is, what's the time now? Now it is 1:05. You have to stop at 1:25.
The presenting team is Team RS. The members are Meena L, Shiv Leela, Priyanka Kamath, Shrigandh, Sharal Coelho. Meena L will be presenting the PPT on behalf of her team.
Yeah. Yeah, good evening everyone. Myself Meena, working as a supporting faculty and as a research scholar, University of Mysore, Mysore. So our team is Team RS. I am presenting a paper called Elimination Based Transformations to improve the segmentation of skin lesion in dermoscopic images. So yeah, today my contents will be on introduction, methodologies they have covered, data set and the experimental results and discussion and conclusion and references. So as all of us know, skin cancer is a major health problem that occurs that needs the usage of ML, machine learning, to reduce the burden of this disease. The first step to solve this problem is to segment the skin lesion from dermoscopic images. Many researchers have used many machine learning or deep learning, both. They have used more machine learning and deep learning approaches to segment the skin lesion from an image, but still there are challenges with respect to that skin lesion segmentation. The challenges are the natural and artificial artifacts such as hair, air bubbles, and intrinsic factors such as lesion shape and the contrast, and the variation in image acquisition conditions. So these are the three major challenges of the skin lesion segmentation. So in this paper, they have proposed novel segmentation, that is semantic segmentation approach to segment the skin lesion from an dermoscopic image. So what they have done is, the first method what they followed is, they have taken an RGB image, dermoscopic image is an RGB image. From that, they have extracted the red color channel from that normalized image, and they extracted, then they'll call it as R dash. R dash is nothing but the red color channel of a RGB, normalized RGB image. And the second image what they have done is, they have extracted the value channel from the HSV color space representation, and they have taken the complement of that value channel, that is V star is 1 minus V, that is the complement of value channel from the HSV color space, and they have concatenated them to the original image, to dermoscopic original image. These are the two transformations they have done. These are the two transformations. One is R dash and the another one is V star. R dash is red color channel from the normalized RGB image, and V dash is the complement of the value channel, and the concatenated with the original RGB image. So that's the first method they followed, and even for computational efficiency, instead of converting from RGB to HSV color space, what they have done is just extracted the V channel directly by this formula. Nothing but they have took the maximum color component divided by the number of gray levels, which is 255. That's the first method. So they have generated two transformed images. That is, one is R dash, the other one is V star. The second one is they derive an illumination invariant grayscale intrinsic image by entropy minimization. Nothing but what they have done is, they have extracted each component RGB divided by the geometric mean of those channels. That is the second transform image they have done. The third one is the grayscale conversion of the RGB image. It's not like normal grayscale conversion. Instead, what they did is, based on the disconnect, excuse me. got this, yeah. So based on the optics and reflectance properties of a skin surfaces, they've converted into grayscale image. So because of this, what it does is it preserves the lesion by suppressing the healthy skin. So thereby increasing the contrast between healthy skin and a skin lesion part. So that it will be helpful for segmenting the region of interest. The fourth method they followed is just they have removed shading which is there on an image by doing HSV and intrinsic combination. They have done that. So the first one is the original RGB image. Till now the papers have explored only by taking the RGB image and segmenting the lesion part. But what they have done is they have selected, for an input RGB image, they have done 5 kind of transformations. One is hard dash, red color component, that's what I have explained, V star, the complement of the V channel, and the grayscale conversion, the intrinsic image, and shading attenuated image. Now, along with the RGB, they are going to pass the other 5 transformed image along with RGB, total 6 images to unit segmentation model, unit deep learning model, by passing region of interest also as an output. We will get the segmentation model. Okay. So now how many components we got is RGB is 3, R dash is 1, V dash is 1, gray is 1, intrinsic 1, SCA is again 3. So 10 color channel image will going to pass it to unit to what? To get a segmentation model. So they have used these 3 data sets and they have experimented with 5 images of BIICSC 2007 data set, and the mask is the second column. This is what I want, segmentation region. And along with the first column image, we have generated, the author has generated the other 5 transformation, illumination based transformation images, and they will going to concatenate along with RGB to find the result. And they have experimented by using only RGB only, and they have experimented with all channels, all the 10 channels, and by excluding one image at a time, even they have experimented no R dash, no VD dash, like that. By removing one transformation, they have experimented segmentation model. In that, see the second row, accuracy, dice coefficient, Jaccard index, sensitivity, all are high when we use all channels. Nothing but all 10 channels when you use it, then those 4 measures are high except specificity. Even the graph, the orange color shows all channels except specificity, kernel density estimate, that is distribution will be more in the case of when you use all channels. That's what ablation study they have done. And results and discussion, see the input image, first column, second what I want, that's our output I want. So when you consider only the RGB image, that is the result we got. That's the result. We are not getting the proper segmentation there in the third column. And check the all channels, that segmentation is almost similar to the output what we need, okay, compared to all other results. Nothing but this is a novel segmentation, semantic segmentation approach. They have used by you concatenating an input image with a transformation images. So what I conclude with it's kind of augmented data. See, we used to augment the data, an image with rotation, scaling and so on, right? Instead, what they have done is, they have done the transformation as an augmentation. And they have observed there is an improvement of 12, 4.30 and 8.86 respectively in the mean Jaccard index over a baseline model trained with only RGB images. So this is the paper references. Thank you. Thank you for patience listening.
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಬದುಕು
ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತೋದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇಗುಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತೋದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೇ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೇ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ
ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಈ ಬದುಕು
ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ.
ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಬದುಕು
ಜ್ಞಾನದೇ ಗೊಲವೆ ಬೀಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಡಲಿನ ತಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಗುರುವೆ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲು ಹತ್ತುವುದಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ವಿದ್ಯೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮಯ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಜೀವನದ ಸೆಲೆಯು
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಬದುಕು
ಎರೆಯುತ್ತ ಜ್ಞಾನ ತೆರೆಸುತ್ತ ಕಣ್ಣ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಹೊನ್ನ ಕಿರಣ ದಿನ ಪಾಠ ಪಠಣ ಗುರು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ವಚನ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾನ ತಾಣ ಪಡೆದಾಗಲೇನೆ ಸಿರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ದಮನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ನಮನ ನಮನ
ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಬದುಕು ಜ್ಞಾನವೇ ಬೆಳಕು ಬೆಳಗೋಕೆ ಬದುಕು
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the technical session by Professor C. Krishna Mohan sir, who is currently working as a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Hyderabad, India. So here is a brief biodata of Professor C. Krishna Mohan sir. Sir has worked as a Dean of Public and Corporate Relations, IIT Hyderabad. He was also head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Hyderabad. Before joining IIT Hyderabad, he was a senior faculty member at the NITK Surathkal. He received his PhD from IIT Madras. Professor heads Visual Learning and Intelligence Lab at IIT Hyderabad, working in the research areas of video content analysis, computer vision, machine learning and deep learning. He has 3 patents in his credits. He has published more than 90 papers in peer-reviewed international journals and conference proceedings. He has guided 14 PhD scholars and has ongoing 3 PhD candidates. He has guided 34 MTech students. He has successfully carried out several projects with industry, government agencies and academia. He is a recipient of the Excellence in Teaching Award at IIT Hyderabad, recipient of Excellence in Teaching Award in recognition of distinguished teaching at IIT Hyderabad, awarded with the Visiting Research Fellowship from Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, Awarded with Visiting Research Fellowship, University of California. Visiting Professor, position at Nihon University, Japan. Certification of recognition from DRDO RCI Director. Certification of recognition from DRDO Anurag his PhD students won first prize, best paper awards and other awards at various doctoral colloquium. Professor C. Krishnamohan sir is also a member of Board of Governors, BOG, IIT Hyderabad, member of Board of Governors, IIT Kottayam, member of Board of Directors, IIT Hyderabad Technology Research Park. Board of Directors, AICTE, which is a technology business incubator at IIT Hyderabad. He is a Senate member of IIT Hyderabad. Also, he served as Senate member of IIT Tirupati and IIT DM. He served as a reviewer for the several reputed international conferences and IEEE journals and is a senior member of IEEE, member of ACM, AAI member, life member of ISTE, fellow of IEI, IETE and TAS and BOS member of 14 IITs and universities. He is also a reviewer and editor for reputed journals like IEEE, Elsewhere and Springer. Member of Local Organizing Committee, International Conference, Interspeech 2018. He has coordinated several week-long workshops. With this, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Over to you.
Can you push it little front? Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So, hope you had, last 5 days you had a good discussion on deep learning for healthcare, that is medical image analysis. So, just before going that, I thought I will just get a brief of what is being covered so that I'll have some idea and then so that I can orient my talk related to that. Can any one of you quickly just tell me what are brief topics you went through? Any one of you?
They started with the basics of deep learning.
Okay.
And how we can use it to medical
Okay.
images.
Okay.
And even IIT professor taught us all the deep, almost
Who?
the famous
Which professor?
Chandrasekhar, Dr. Chandrasekhar.
C. Oh, Chandrasekhar sir. Okay.
Yesterday, Dr. Dinesh from Philips also taught
Ah, yeah.
types of modalities, medical imaging modalities,
Okay.
and how to deal.
Okay. Yeah, so fine, thank you. Thank you for the updates. Happy that there's somebody could comprehensively, give the what is that happened, last few days, last 5 days, I'm sure. Monday onwards it started. Okay. So you must have had good, view of medical image processing and particularly the use of deep learning. Okay. So, what do you say, like, what is your take on that after going through last, because I'm sure this is the last session. So I just want to get the overview of like, what is that you have learned all these days? I mean, all these days, like at least few points, If I can get that will be useful, especially medical image processing. So why we are discussing medical image processing. Hope you all can hear me. Yeah, you take the lead. Yeah, yeah. No, no, don't tell who has told what. Just to give me like few, things about insights into, okay, reflections or insights into what it is. Just to,
I just mentioned as a researcher, we have to do the error analysis to get a better results.
okay.
That is the one thing.
Hmm. Yeah, they are nitty-gritties, but in general, when you talk about medical image processing,
Medical image also is told about bias in detail. What are the kind of bias we can have in medical imaging? Suppose if we take for training images, we should not only take only male images. Male images was good for female images like that. Like the same way, one from European images we take, and the same thing cannot be incorporated for Indian training like that.
okay. Any other, like what exactly the issues? Huh?
Directly we cannot, I cannot feed the images to a deep learning system. We have to pre-process them to get a better results.
Yeah, all these things are okay, but I'm looking at more, what issues you try to address in medical image processing. What issues, challenges you come across in medical image processing?
Domain expertise is very much important.
Domain expertise. Anything else? Diagnosis.
Data set, medical data, medical data is very
Medical images maybe for diagnostic purpose or therapeutic purpose, different
I'm asking like what issues you try to, you face it in while processing medical images.
I cannot easily, segment or identify the particular region of.
That's because there is a reason for me to ask these questions, because I want to link those challenges, issues to my talk. Okay.
sometimes wrong diagnosis.
No, let us take, images. You have medical images. What challenges or issues you face while, processing these? What is the general issue you come across medical image processing?
Identification of the tumor in that particular from the
I think you are too much overloaded with medical image processing. I am looking at very broader perspective. Okay, I understand you all talking very technical. I am talking very very general. Okay, first see, one should always first come from the higher levels, general level to then go to technical levels. So I am trying to get the general view of things. What challenges you face in medical images? Very simple, no? We generally talk about, when you talk about medical images, we face one of the important and very simple challenge. What is that? Yeah, imbalance is one. Just before that, one important thing. Huh? Any other? Quality of data. Before that, all this I want a simple one answer. Two-word answer. We all know, like with data, like medical data is very difficult to get. So that means it's a limited data. So that is one issue, limited data. And then next to use, as you said, what is that? Yeah, feature extraction, they are all there. Quality of, so other thing is the kind of devices we use. Okay, same different makes, and so it changes. So because of these changes, because of these things, there will be difficulties in processing the medical images. Okay, and any other things from your learning last 5 days? Any other things? One is limited amount of data. The other one is the different varieties of devices people use. And because of that, what? Because of you use varieties of data, so what? Okay. Any other? Going too much technical. I'm not gone to technical. I'm only talking general, because see, this is what is very important. First when you as a teachers, we are all first try to give the general, feel of the things, then go into the technical, then people appreciate. The moment you know everything technical, but when somebody asks, some layman asks what is the general things, we miss. Okay, I think it's important we approach the top-down approach so that you become a better teachers. Communication will be better. Okay. Okay, then I will link up all these things during my talk. Okay. So just before that, I'll talk about IIT Hyderabad very in 2-3 minutes. So, so we call it as though it is Indian Institute of Technology Hyderabad. So we also talk about innovating in technology for humanity. Okay, which is the present need of the need of, for the present. Okay, so as you see, like we started in 2008, and of course actually campus started in 2009, and I was the founder member of IIT Hyderabad, first person to join in computer science department. So from there we long way to go, like we have gone long way, like 15 years now. So we are overall engineering we are in 8th in the ranking, and so we are doing quite well in research, and so out of 4,300 students, we have 2,500 masters and PhD students. So particularly PhD students are around 1,220 or something like that. Okay, so quite a good number of PhD students. So we focus on basically we try to focus on research, and then so as you see, like we have more than 300 faculty now, and then you can see, sorry, not 4,800 students. Okay, and we have 30% of female students. So that is one of the achievements I can proudly say. Okay, we consciously try to empower women. Okay, so which is the government's mandate also. Okay, so we try to see wherever possible, we try to give opportunity for women. Okay, so that they are also empowered. Okay, and then you can see that many departments, almost all engineering and more than that we have. And then we have incubation center and research park, and I am also the board of directors in both the things. And we have many center of excellence, and you can see the this incubation, there are so many startups coming up, and then you can see the kind of projects. It's a huge amount of projects, funding projects, both from industry as well as government and organizations within India and abroad. And you can see the good number of patents and then labs. Okay, so I started visual intelligence and learning group in 2011. Okay, so now 14 students graduated from my lab, and out of which 3 are in already IIT faculty, and 2 are NIT faculty, and 2 are in IIIT, and a couple of them are doing postdoc abroad, and then they're doing quite well. So, and we have good collaborations, both within India, research organizations, government research organizations, as well as the private industry research organizations. So this is the lab, I started, way back in 2011. So now we have 21 PhD students working in my lab in different verticals. Okay, you can see that, at present we have 21 and MTechs, BTechs, and broad research areas like healthcare, especially AI for healthcare. Okay, and then basically aerial imagery analysis. This is one vertical, healthcare, where we have good collaboration with Japan and India also in medical devices companies, and one of the American leading market company, that is Carolon. So we have good, they work on medical report generation and NLP, LLMs, large language models, and so on. Okay, so other vertical is on aerial imagery analysis. Okay, so where we try to deal with drone data, then satellite data, remote sensing data, LiDAR, radar, and so on, various kind of data for analyzing those data. And then other vertical is like computer vision for autonomous vehicle technology. Okay. And then we have been working on surveillance video analytics, and then computer action recognition in videos, activity recognition, video captioning, image captioning, okay, fine grain action recognition, okay, and video understanding, okay, and especially video understanding for advertisements, basically advertisements, automatically inserting advertisements when say cricket match is going on or some news is going on, automatically inserting the relevant advertisements, this kind of stuff. Okay. So these are the broad things okay, about our lab and the institute. So coming to my topic, okay, today's topic, that is main thing is it's our domain adaptation. That's the reason I was asking a few questions initially. What are the challenges you face and so on, and especially in the federated setup, domain adaptation in the federated setup. We'll see first what is federated learning, then we'll also see domain adaptation and how these two things are connected. Okay, domain adaptation and federated things, both are how they are connected, kind of thing. Okay. Sorry, actually this I presented somewhere. I think same slides been shared with Shekhar. Sorry about it. Okay. So as you know, like the standard machine learning, approaches, they require, large amount of data, okay, training data on a single machine. We need to store that data on a single machine, and for training purpose, okay, or in a data center, whatever way, okay. Especially in domains that deal with sensitive data. Particularly healthcare, okay, centralized data is difficult due to several constraints, okay, because there are so many hospitals, and then from one hospital to other hospitals reports go and so on, okay. So there are, data is very sensitive, okay, data is very sensitive. Because the constraints are data dispersion, privacy and data protection concerns, and then data management collection burdens, okay. Because of these constraints, okay, so this becomes very challenging, okay. So to address these challenges, privacy and data protection, so we try to use, okay, federated learning, okay, so that we ensure data privacy and issue and security issue. So as you know, like I think this federated learning is covered in previous. Okay, I'll just try to give brief, because focus is not just only on federated learning. So we just try to combine both federated and domain adaptation and see how it is beneficial for okay. So federated learning is a collaborative machine learning technique, okay, which trains models across decentralized devices, okay. So I'll try to show you, okay, how the federated learning works, okay. So you can see here, okay, federated learning, this is the entire pipeline of federated learning, okay. Here it enables the multiple parties, okay, and what we try to do is jointly learn a machine learning model without actual exchange of data, local data. Suppose you have some server and you have clients, okay. So without these clients exchanging the data, but you only share the models. Sharing the models means sharing the weights, okay. So you only share the weights, but you don't share the data. So that way data's privacy, security concerns are taken care, okay. So and not only that, between server and clients, okay, you try to jointly learn, okay, on different data. It's not the same data, but it's the same domain, but it can be different distributions, data distribution, okay. Understand, it's not the same distribution, but domain is same, okay. So across domains it is very difficult, but within a particular domain, but data can be different, distributions can be different. So we jointly learn, okay, these distributions without exchanging the local data, okay. So we use generally synchronous update scheme that precedes in rounds of communication. I'll try to explain this, okay. As you can see, you have local model, local data, central server, training local model, model aggregation, uploading local model to server, delivering new global model, security control. You can see all these things. I'll try to explain to you more detail here, federated learning. Okay. So what happens is initially server has untrained model, let's say, okay, to start with, okay. You have an untrained model with the server, okay. This is the server, and then so this untrained model is shared among the different clients. Let's say you have K clients, okay. You have server and you have clients, okay. So one server and K clients, okay. So first you try to train the federated server at the at the server end, okay. You try to use this local data of this, okay, server and train the model, okay. That's what we do. Untrained model gets trained model using the source data of each client, okay. And then each client, okay, sends a copy of its trained model back to server, okay. So it has an untrained model, and using this data you train the model, okay. And then once they are trained, you send that model back to server, okay. And where we try to combine, okay, using some sort of an averaging, okay. All the weights are averaged, okay, aggregated or averaged, okay. So that we combine all the local weights at the global level, okay. And then you repeat the entire process again, okay. So this is how it goes, okay. So you have registration, sending initial parameters, sending the trained parameters, and updating the feedback. So it goes on, this process repeats till you get some sort of convergence, okay. Okay. So entire process is repeated until the model reaches its convergence, okay. I mean some precision basically. Okay. So if you see the federated approach over centralized approaches, okay. So in centralized approaches, over centralized approaches, it tries to preserve the data privacy and security, okay, which is very important for medical domain, okay, and deals with data diversity and heterogeneity. So as I told you, each client may be having different, different kinds of data distributions, but within the same domain, okay. And because of that, it can deal with the diversity, data diversity and heterogeneity, okay. And because of this heterogeneity and diversity of the data, model is trained on those, and it becomes more robust and it generalizes well, okay. And generally, there are some communication overheads, okay, and bandwidth requirements. So we also work on how to reduce the overhead communications, okay. It has both local control and also collaboration. So because of this, okay, federated learning has become, okay, much more wider. It has much more wider applications to deal with, and there are many security aspects also. People work on security aspects. We also work on that. Okay, so especially in federated domain adaptation in healthcare, I'll talk about domain adaptation little later. Okay, so collaboration across diverse data sources, okay, improving model performance, and also ensure better healthcare outcome, and preserving the data privacy and varying data distributions. Okay, so it's a repetition of what I said. So the several applications of federated learning and challenges. So you can see that applications of federated learning like medical imaging, particularly it is more suitable for medical image processing, and object detection and landmark classification and so on. But what is the important challenge in federated learning and particularly medical domain is that how to handle, okay, the heterogeneity of the local data distributions. As you know, each client model has different data distributions. So handling that heterogeneity is a very challenging issue in federated learning. Okay. because it varies across the parties, okay, and because of this varying distributions, demographic differences, and equipment disparities. As I told you, I think you mentioned already, equipment, equipment disparities. It's a challenge, in medical, because we want to, as accurately as possible, you want to predict and aid the doctor, okay, so that, okay, it helps in doctor in proper diagnosis, okay. And then especially in real world applications, this is the problem in real world applications, that is non-identically distributed data. In most of the pattern recognition applications or machine learning applications or deep learning applications, we only talk about IID. IID. We always say IID in short form. That is identically distributed data. Okay, IID. Okay. So, but real world applications, have this kind of non-identically distributed this one. So this can bother the federated learning performance, because different clients have different data distributions and heterogeneity. Okay. So, especially when you see data heterogeneity in medical imaging, okay, you can see this, you have the source data and this is the target data, okay. And ideal assumption is that we assume that, say even most of the machine learning or techniques assume that, deep learning assume that data is IID, identically distributed data, okay. So that is ideal assumption, where source and target are from the same distribution. Okay. But actual situation is, okay, they are from the different distributions in real world scenarios. Okay. So goal is to learn a model with source data that can perform well on the target data. Get the point? So this is the crux of the whole story, what I am going to talk about. That is, learn a model with source data, okay, that can perform well on target data. Okay. That means they are all from the same domain, but distributions are, okay, slightly different. Let's say shifted versions. Okay. So the source data has this distribution, target has this distribution. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Please. No, normally you take any, unless you, handcrafted properly, okay, most of the data are like that, real world, any data, and in particular, the medical image processing, because the reasons I told you, demographic differences, equipment, so there are various things, and especially in federated setup, each client has its own data distribution. Yeah, definitely. Very easy. You just plot it, you can see.
For deep learning, we consider images. So it have a higher dimension. So how could we display that in graph?
No. Generally, you can display using any tool. You can display the visualize, TNS plots if you just. Yeah. 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 It's not one dimension. Generally, we can visualize, especially 3D or higher dimension, we can visualize. Yeah, it's possible. This one. I mean, more or less, you get a clear picture of, the data different distributions, basically. Okay. So, as I told you, the crux of the whole story is like learning a model with source data that can perform well on the target data, that means different, distribution. Okay. So, especially data heterogeneity in medical imaging. Okay. So, you can see that, these are the two, source, source data. and these are the target distributions. Okay, so this direct application of source trained model to the target domain can lead to suboptimal performance. Okay, suboptimal performance. That's why like we need to take extra care in handling these achieve the good performance kind of thing. Okay, so you can see that from this paper neuro image, this is taken from there. Okay, so because of this domain gap in medical imaging, okay, not only so because of this it reduces model accuracy but also causes misdiagnosis and compromising the patient data. Okay, so this is the main problem in domain gap in medical images. Okay, so you can see this domain gap, same plot what I have shown here. This is the domain gap. So how do we reduce this domain gap? That's what we are trying to address this. Okay. So what are the main causes for domain gap in medical imaging? Okay. So there is something which causes this domain gap in medical imaging. One is multi-center studies in medical imaging causes widespread domain shift. Okay, multi-center studies. Okay, because of that there is a wide that gap is wider. Okay, and data from different sites. Okay, that is a varied imaging protocol and scanner vendors. That means equipment basically, and then unpaired data set with various intensity distributions. Okay. See, some have different intensity, some have high intensity. So these things will affect the, because of that, you try to find this, you see the domain shift between the two source and target distribution. Okay. So this is an example for this, so domain adaptation is a complex problem in multi-center case basically. Okay. And especially now, if you see all papers in top conferences like NeurIPS, in fact, this work, domain adaptation work, got accepted in NeurIPS. I think next month is the conference in Florida. I think, yeah, Florida or somewhere. Okay, my student is going. Okay, he worked on this domain adaptation and domain generalization. Okay, so I'm not talking about here domain generalization, mainly talking about domain adaptation, especially in federated setup. Okay. It's basically distribution. Different. As one is privacy security, and other thing is like there are many wide. Not only medical. Medical is very apt because of different hospitals, different scanners, and so on. Distributions are different. And each local hospital has its own type of dealing the things. So when you have different clients, then it's important that you aggregate all these things and try to come up with a generalized model. Okay. That is the advantage of federated setup. Okay. And also it is, instead of centralized approach, we are going for a distributed approach here. Okay. So that is the advantage. Of course, there are communication overheads, but we try to reduce that. There are, recently I presented a paper in 10Con conference where I try to explain how we can reduce the communication overheads. Okay, even in federated learning. Okay. Yeah. So as I told you, like equipment, like different scanners, okay, and then patient demographics, okay, like age, gender, ethnicity, and different physiologies, okay, and disease progression, especially in the case of cancer, okay, tumor size, slowly with time, it increases, okay. So dealing that, variations. Okay, variable, dealing the data variability is also a big issue, especially in the case of this cancer tumor size, okay. And then of course modalities, like you have different kinds of modalities like CT scan, MRI scan and so on, okay. So that's why, this domain adaptation and federated, they are much more suitable for these applications. That is the reason like I am trying to give more importance in stressing the point why domain adaptation and why federated learning, okay. Because definitely it's going to be the future, okay. And you can see some examples here, okay, as a domain shift. You just see, this is MR scan, okay, MRI scan, and this is CT scan. You see that, how difficult it is. Even for humans, it is quite difficult. You can think about the machine, okay. So now I'm trying to combine the domain shift in federated learning, okay. We have seen what is federated learning. We have seen what is the domain shift problem. So now I'm trying to combine these two, okay, domain mismatch in federated learning. Especially in real world applications, okay, the client data is usually non-identical distributed data due to different settings, okay. So we only many times, almost all machine learning, we try to assume that data is IID, identical distributed data, okay. So many practical scenarios, they are non-IID, so because of different settings, and the possibility of large domain gap between server data and client data, okay. So that's another problem, okay. And inter-client domain mismatch, okay, because there are many clients, okay, and then each client has its own, domain data, okay, and server client domain mismatch can cause difficulties in training federated learning model, okay. So because of this, okay, domain, so we need to tackle this non-IID data, okay. So and then there are, to tackle this non-IID data in federated learning setup, okay. So there are existing works like FedProx, where they try to directly limit the local updates by using this L2 norm distance, okay. And then there is another work, okay, that is Scaffold, where they try to correct the local updates via variance reduction, okay. This is the local update stage, okay. And then whereas the aggregation stage, because all local model, weights are aggregated or, combined or, through some averaging mechanism, okay. So there are some existing works how to do the, aggregation, okay. That is one FedMA, where you try to match and average weights in layer-wise manner, okay. And then there is another one, Fed average M, where we try to apply momentum for global model updates. And the other one is, FedNova. We try to normalize the local updates before actually averaging, okay. There are some of the, recent works where they try to address this non-IID data, okay. So basically, domain adaptation is the ability to reduce the domain gap and increase the model's domain generalizability, okay. So once we try to reduce the gap between the domain shift, okay, then it automatically increases this generalizability, okay. So there are different types of domain adaptation. So actually I am not actually discussing any particular method. I am trying to give general idea of domain adaptation and particularly in federated setup, okay. So there are different types of domain adaptations, okay. So based on the label space relationship between source and target domains, okay, like you have unsupervised domain adaptation, semi-supervised domain adaptation, supervised domain adaptation, partial domain adaptation, open set domain adaptation, and universal domain adaptation. You can see how researchers are focusing on domain adaptation, because it's a very important area now, and majority of papers in NeurIP CVPR you find works on domain adaptation and domain generalizability. Shikhar, I have time. sorry, okay, I'll just try to give briefly, okay. So first one is unsupervised domain adaptation. So where you have, it adapts model from source domain to unlabeled target domain, okay. And some of the unsupervised domain adaptation methods are the adversarial training and feature alignment. So it's important that you note down these things, okay, adversarial training and then feature alignment. And please, I'm not going to discuss these things, but these are the methods for unsupervised domain adaptation, okay. So these are the important takeaways for you to just go back and then try to know more about it and use for varieties of applications, okay. Whereas coming to that is completely unsupervised domain adaptation. Coming to the semi-supervised domain adaptation, okay, what it tries to do is it tries to adapt models from labeled source domain to partially labeled target domain. Okay, so here you have partially labeled target domain. That's why it's called semi-supervised domain adaptation. Okay, so consistency regularization and pseudo labeling methods are used to perform this. Okay, these are some methods. A pseudo labeling method and consistent regulation methods to address this semi-supervised domain adaptation approach. Okay. Then coming to the supervised domain adaptation, okay, we try to adapt model from a labeled source domain to a labeled target domain to improve the model performance and generalizability. So here both are labeled, okay, there is no issue. Okay, so there are some methods like fine tuning, retraining, transfer learning, okay, to address this supervised domain adaptation. Okay, so I think you all know transfer learning. Okay, so we use for domain adaptation. Okay, and then coming to the partial domain adaptation. Okay, we try to label space of target domain is a subset of source domain. So label space of target domain is a subset of source domain. So that means some part of the training data is given as a tested data. Okay, so model has to transfer only partially source domain knowledge to a target domain. The problem is challenging as target data is available during training phase do not contain labels. Okay, so some of the methods like we use adversarial learning and feature alignment to address this partial domain adaptation. Okay, so the other one is open set domain adaptation. Okay. Especially open set domain in medical imaging, it deals with recognizing unknown classes model deployment. Okay, so it's a challenge to adapt model to handle unseen medical conditions while maintaining the performance. Okay, and enhanced model robustness and adaptability of real world images. And the other one is this universal domain adaptation. Okay, it tries to enhances the medical imaging generalization across diverse data sets. This universal domain adaptation, and try to develop domain invariant features while preserving the diagnostic information. And it improves diagnostic accuracy and broader AI adaptation to healthcare. Okay. So now I'll come to the main topic of federated domain adaptation. We have seen federated learning and domain adaptation. Now I'm trying to combine these things. Okay, so basically the challenges in federated learning, as we have seen, are exhibiting data distribution shifts, because each client has its own data distribution, and also non-availability of labeled data among the clients. Okay, so because of these two reasons, we go for federated domain adaptation. So these are challenges in federated learning where there is a necessity for domain adaptation. So we are going for federated domain adaptation. So the federated learning setting where a set of source clients work collaboratively to improve the performance of a target client where limited data is available. Okay, and also heterogeneity of data, because one client may be having 100 samples, another client may be having 200 samples, okay, or some may be having say 5,000 samples. So data can vary. Okay, and this federated domain adaptation enables the AI models to be trained and applied across multiple domains. Okay, so this is what practically we have experienced, that it is applicable to the various domains. So and we have been successful in implementing for different domains, not only medical domain but other domains also. Okay. So federated domain adaptation tries to learn domain adapted robust global model in privacy preserving framework. So we have privacy preserving in federated learning, but in federated learning there is an issue called data heterogeneity and limited labeled data and so on, and because of that domain shift problem, and we are using the federated domain adaptation. Hope this is clear. Okay. So this is a whole thing, like I try to put it in this pipeline. Okay. So some of the recent domain adaptation frameworks are the source hypothesis transfer for unsupervised domain adaptation. Okay. So probably you can just look at this. This is recent work. I think 2009. I think it's already published in I think CVPR paper it is. Okay. So other one is unsupervised multi-source decentralized domain adaptation via knowledge distillation. Okay. So you want to take this? You can take this. You can share I mean, I have given the slides. He will try to share that. Yeah, sure. So basically this method tries to differ from earlier approaches by requiring both source and target data and involving complex server training procedures. Okay. And there is another one called federated adversarial domain adaptation. As I told you, adversarial learning is one of the important things in the medical domain. Okay. Adversarial learning and contrastive learning. Contrastive learning is another thing which my group is actively working on it. Okay. So basically the domain adaptation in a federated setup has the benefits like handling data differences, improving the model adaptability, okay, preserving data, preserving patients' privacy, data privacy, and personalized healthcare solutions, okay, and reducing biases and inequalities. Okay, I think you already mentioned reducing biases and inequalities. Okay, so because of these reasons, okay, we are going for federated domain adaptation. Okay. So if you want to see the future, how it is going to be, federated domain generalization, wider applicability. I think I already mentioned domain adaptation and domain generalizability. Okay. So then we can also talk about federated domain generalization. Okay. And then continual learning for adaptive models, like how, especially when you talk about tumor size increasing with time. Okay. So if you want to, use efficient models, you need to go for the continual learning so that we get this model can adapt well for the changes of the tumor and so on. Okay. And then of course patients' privacy preserving domain shift in transfer learning, dynamic nature of healthcare are pressing challenges in practical applications, especially in medical imaging. Okay. So these challenges can be effectively addressed by extending federated domain adaptation to continual learning to domain generalization framework. Okay. I think that's all from my side. Thank you. So I try to give, I didn't go details of the technical aspects. I try to give a broader picture of, what is what, a general, layman point of view. Okay. And I think it's important that you go back, look at these things, because these are the future topics, okay, and which will be helpful. So I thought, like, instead of going, particular technique and going in detail, give them the gist of it and the future, recent future topics, so that you can think of working. Okay. Thank you. So especially I think I should thank Professor Shekhar for, so I forgot to mention initial beginning of my talk. Sorry, Shekhar. So though he is my good friend, so I took it for granted. I'm sorry about it. He's been like a great, strength to me in many ways. Like he always, whenever I need something, I ask him, he will try to do his best. More than what, probably I can do, he does it. We have some collaboration, good collaboration for the past several years, almost more than 30 years or so. We have been having several ways, and we successfully executed several international projects as well as Indian government projects, MeitY, DST, and Japan, projects, Norway. Okay, so several projects we have been working, still continue to work, and though I was it was hectic for me because I was in Gulbarga yesterday morning for some international, because of his request, and so I had to come here. So I came a bit late, I think 11:10 or something I reached hotel. So by the time, so I requested him to shift from morning to afternoon. Thanks to Professor Guru, for taking over morning session, because I told him like morning it may be a bit difficult, I need some rest. So I think thanks Shekhar for inviting me, and happy to share my whatever little I know. I just try to pass it on to you. Okay, and more details you can always contact if you want to work with our students or with our group. If you want to, most welcome. You just write an email, just forward to my student to, and then you can take from there. You can take over. And some of you are anybody, not only you, your students want to work for any internships or anything. Most welcome. All my details are there in my website. Okay, including my phone number, WhatsApp number. Feel free. Okay, even if I am busy, I'll connect to my students and you can continue to work. So they're all very good. So feel free. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for an informative session. Sir briefly addressed federated learning, applications and challenges, problems with the data heterogeneity in medical imaging, domain adoption, and especially types of domain adoption and federated domain adoption. Thank you once again. With this, we conclude technical sessions of this FTP program. We will have a very short break of 5 minutes now, and then please assemble back here for the valedictory program. Thank you, one and all.
ಅಜಯ್ ಸರ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕಾಣ್ತದಲ್ಲ.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here to the valedictory function of Deep Learning Techniques for Advancing Medical Image Processing, a week-long faculty development program organized by the Department of Studies and Research in Computer Science, Mangalore University in association with AICTE ATAL, the AICTE Training and Learning Academy. On this special occasion, we are honored to have with us the dignitaries for the function, Professor D.S. Guru Sir, Professor, Department of Studies in Computer Science, University of Mysore, Professor C. Krishna Mohan Sir from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Telangana, Professor Manjaya D.H. Sir, Senior Professor in the Department of Computer Science, Mangalore University, Professor B.S. Shekhar Sir, FTP Coordinator and Professor in the Department of Computer Science, Mangalore University. I am Dr. Bharati Pilla from University College, Mangalore. Hereby take this opportunity to welcome you all. I now request Professor B.S. Shekhar, FTP Coordinator, to escort the dignitaries onto the dais. We have come to the conclusion of our week-long FTP program, signaling the commencement of valedictory ceremony, a significant occasion that symbolizes both closure and celebration, filled with joy and reflection. Before we begin, it's our tradition to extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries present on the dais and off the dais. I would like to invite Professor Manjaya D.S. Sir, Senior Professor in the Department of Computer Science, to welcome the gathering.
I'll go with an invocation of this valedictory ceremony. Anupama Mahima Sara Ganesha Adi Pujanuta Deva Ganesha Ishtapala Prada Sumukha Ganesha Isha Tanaya Mahaniya Ganesha Uraga Vibhushana Vibhava Ganesha Urjitanu Putanu Pata Ganesha Rugana Vandita Varada Ganesha Rukara Priya Pareva Ganesha Edarugalanu Kadididuva Ganesha Ekadanta Vityatma Ganesha Aikyamatya Nikshepa Ganesha Oliyuta Bhaktara Pareva Ganesha Omkaranvita Deva Ganesha Jaya Jaya Mangala Charita Ganesha Jaya Jaya Mangala Uchita Ganesha Jai Ganesha. Respected audience, we are all around 30-40 hours well known to the keep well, do well, and finally sleep well through the final session of deep learning, deep learning, deep learning. Welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen. 5 days FDP ATAL program from our department. I and my colleague, Professor B.S. Shekhar ji, we launched. I think this program went on well, and this is my responsibility to welcome the gathering. Here at present, for this program, a well-known a personality, expertise, explorer in the area of the computer science professional, who are all well versed with the knowledge of the computer science, information science paradigm, a great personality who come all the way from the Hyderabad, Professor C. Krishna Mohan ji. On behalf of the department, I think you might be come across his brief resume. I was a student of Professor C. Krishna Mohanji. I used to point out because when I was the product of the MIT, MTech from Surathkal, KREC, Karnataka Regional Engineering College, Surathkal, I was the product of Professor C. Krishna Mohanji. Friends, 93, sir, 91, MTech. Probably you might be come across his knowledge exposure in the image processing pattern recognition. He was the product of the IIT Madras, a great Yajnanarayanji product, and also well versed with the various other aspects which related to the publication, citations, as well as the project, MOE with various other overseas also. Really, with this busy schedule, Professor is available for us and given a very good resource to us on behalf of the university, department. Personally, extend a warm welcome to your professor. Now I request florally Professor B.S. Shekharji welcome with a flower bouquet. Welcome. Another dignitary is a great personality, Professor D.S. Guruji. D.S. is nothing but data structure. Person well versed with a knowledge from the basic to the high fundas, in which way we can understand easily the basic fundamentals of computing, optimization, materialistic, efficiency, resourceful, everything he can easily explain. And he is a person resource to us for various occasions, because in which ourselves standing really guide us various other aspects for the growth of our department. With this busy schedule, Professor from Mysore University, I am very thankful to you, Professor, on the way, because with your busy schedule also, you are taking a responsibility, guide us once again. On behalf of the department and university personally, extend a warm welcome to you, Professor. Now I request Professor Virabhadra Paji to welcome with flower bouquet to Dr. D.S. Guruji. A real icon of this program, AICTE ATAL FDP, my colleague, highly knowledgeable person, highly resourceful person, none other than Professor B.S. Shekharji. Welcome you, sir, on behalf. And my other colleagues, Professor A.N. Kanji here, Professor Sharmila ji, and our research scholars, Professor Virabhadra Paji, who are all present here. Extend a warm welcome to all of you, professors. Welcome to Professor Bharati Fillar also, who is taking MC of this valedictory as well as the inaugural ceremony also. Welcome to you, Professor. And indeed privilege, because of your identity, your recognition shows us, because you are come all the way from various other point of contact of our country. Once again, welcome all of you for your valuable, resourceful for this successful program of this complete AICTE ATAL FDP program. Once again, extend a warm welcome to all of you. Each and every one of you, once again, extend a warm welcome to you for the successful valedictory program is going to be take place for this 5 days, around 30 to 40 hours of the program. Once again, welcome to you all. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Dhanyawad.
Thank you, sir, for invoking the God's blessing and the words of welcome. A warm welcome to you as well, sir. I now request Professor B.S. Shekhar, sir, to florally welcome Professor Manjay, sir. Dear participants, we are fortunate to be part of this FDP as today we are concluding a great journey of innovation, exploration, collaboration and learning, aligning with the evolving landscape of technology and healthcare. We got this invaluable learning opportunity because of the immense knowledge, hard work and dedication of Professor B.S. Shekhar sir. His tireless efforts have paved the way for a week filled with interesting, informative and interactive technical, theoretical sessions, hands-on experiences and an industry visit. I now invite Professor B.S. Shekhar sir, the FDP coordinator, to present a comprehensive report on the FDP programs.
Thank you, Dr. Bharati. Good evening to all of you. Respected dignitaries assembled here, my mentor, Professor D.S. Guru, and my beloved friend, Dr. Mohan, and my dear colleague, Professor Manjaya, and all the invitees, the researchers, and my dear friends. I am stand before you to present a brief report on AICTE ATAL sponsored faculty development program on deep learning algorithms for advancing medical image processing held during these 6 days. It's a kind of reflection. We are trying to provide here the inputs that we got from the different resource persons. And it is just a recap of what we have discussed, and you can align with the objectives that were identified in the earlier what is called as the brochure that we have specified. And we are trying to achieve those objectives to the best extent possible, having the inputs from highly knowledgeable resource person drawn from different institutes, universities and also the industries. On the first day, followed by the inaugural ceremony with the best wishes and blessings from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jayaraj Amin, we have started the actual sessions. Professor Nagbhushan delivered a keynote on learning machine learning, which is an eye-opening session, as all of you know, explaining briefly about learning paradigm, considering the steps in medical treatment, and he relates to a machine learning domain. In fact, he emphasized the importance of learning, considering the role of negative samples more than the positive samples. And he narrated the way that one need to conduct the experimental study in the field of medical image processing, emphasizing the machine learning domain. And also, he has given an interesting research work on learning directly in the compressed domain. And he concluded his discussion saying, machine learning is to machine understanding. This is just an overview I am presenting here, the concepts that is covered by each resource person. The second session is presented by B.H. Shekhar, where the concepts of deep learning is briefly reviewed and give an overview of deep learning concepts, which will be further discussed by the different resource person in the subsequent days. On the second day, we have Dr. Dinesh from Samsung Research Center, who presented the fundamentals of deep learning. He has given an insight details of neural networks and building the deep neural architecture, discussed several applications including medical imaging apart from object detection and all, and the research works that are being carried out in Samsung R&D Center, which would be an useful clue for the researchers to take up the kind of applications and the kind of works that are being developed in the industry. On the third day, we have Professor Chandrasekhar from IIT Madras, who covered the concepts related to computer vision. He has discussed detailed procedure involved in building the advanced neural network models, a philosophical view of several deep neural networks, including the transforms, GANs, large language models are explained with many applications. He discussed the inside view of deep learning models for visual question answering application, encoder-decoder paradigm for sequence-to-sequence mapping, vision transformer for image classification, deep and lightweight transformers, semantically contextual GAN for video captioning, and many more. He has covered, as you know, as he already pointed out, in a span of 4 hours in 2 sessions, almost 30 to 40 hours of lecture, which is that's how he compressed, and try to give an inside details of some of the models. On the 4th day, we have an industry visit, little bit away from the classroom environment, where the participants are visited the Yanapaya University. I should thank the Yanapaya University administration in this line, as they have given interaction with the medical professionals. In fact, we formed the 3 groups, as you know very well, to visit different divisions of Yanapaya University, where significant medical imaging research works are being carried out. In particular, although it is not possible to cover all the divisions, we have visited dermatology, oncology and incubation center. And the participants are given basics of imaging modalities, the image processing related works carried out in these divisions, and the importance of AI-enabled technologies to understand complex medical data. The details of equipment that are being used for data capturing, subsequently for disease diagnosis by the doctors is presented, and the treatment plan in the oncology division is very well discussed by the medical professionals present there. The incubation center presented the works that are being carried out in their division, in particular about the PCB design, fabrication and the assembly process. So we just got the idea of how your ideas could be converted into your products and how you can be an entrepreneur. The evening session is presented by my colleague Dr. Shashireka, where she has discussed the role of NLP in healthcare analytics. Several example applications are presented in detail, and challenges in designing large language models suitable for low resource languages. I mean to say that particularly the Indian languages, the complexity has been discussed, and the group is working on such issues too. On the 5th day, we have a session by Dr. Dinesh from Philips Research and Development Center. He has discussed the applications developed in Philips Innovation Center using deep learning models for different imaging modalities. The APIs designed and developed for helping the medical professionals to diagnose different diseases are discussed in his talk. Some specific applications demo is also presented by his colleagues. In the evening, we have an online session by Dr. Pascal Tyrrell from the University of Toronto, Canada, who is the Director of Medical Imaging Division. In fact, we have identified him to give the overview of medical imaging, but because of his assignments and also the timing constraints, he said he would like to discuss on ethical issues and bias in research, medical image processing research, which is equally interesting area and also to be addressed, because generally we carry out the experimentation and all those, but doesn't concentrate much on ethical issues as well as the bias in medical image processing. So he stressed the importance of the rules or the acts of specific countries and the racism factors, the gender issues as presented in detail, and their impact in design and development of medical applications all clearly brought out in his session. And because of the question that is raised by one of the participants, he had discussed the complexity in testing and training process. Ensuring the biaslessness in medical image processing is critically analyzed in this presentation with the application that he has experienced while developing the applications. On the 6th day, that is today, you know that we have a session, first session by Professor D.S. Guru, who provided a philosophical view on the science and its role in design and development of today's technological advances, the science, engineering and technology. He has covered the significance of science and advances for the welfare of the mankind. The presentation also includes the role of mathematics in designing machine learning models. The session covers the importance of massive data that exists today for different applications, and say that the data is now driven. It is an oxygen for all of us now, as you know very well. And design techniques to understand this massive data through the concept of what is called as deep learning. A philosophical view of deep architecture that are available today is briefly reviewed, and their impact in understanding underlying massive data, and hence to develop AI-enabled technologies for understanding data, and touched upon the applications of medical image processing developed using deep learning. And this is what I summarized, and I do not know whether it is a correct summary or not, because that's also another research problem when you have a larger volume of data. We had a final session by Professor C. Krishna Mohan, who presented a brief overview of federated learning suitable for medical image processing, and again the architectural details. An high-level presentation is given, the complexity in designing what is called as federated domain adoption medical image processing models that are available are discussed, and also presented some of the open research problem in the field of federated learning. So we have a practical sessions on all through the 5 days. presented by Dr. Bharati Pillar, Mr. Sazia Mannan, Mr. Vannur Swami, Mrs. Asha, Ms. Sheryl, Ms. Muhammad, and Ms. Afnas, who cover the implementations of significant deep architectures discussed in theory sessions. Different kinds of medical data is shared with the participants along with the code. And also, I believe that the participants executed programs during the practical hours scheduled in the evening on all the 5 days. We have also a session by the participants where the participants are asked to present about the research papers shared in the group as a part of this ATAL FDP core component. The reflection journal is presented by each participant where they are sending the mails right now. So finally, we are assembled here to review the learnings we have made in these 6 days and to acknowledge the people who worked for the successful completion of this faculty development program. I thank each one of you for your support and participation in this learning process. I will end my report with a quote from Tom Mitchell. A computer program is said to learn from experience E with respect to some class of task T and the performance measure P if its performance at task T as measured by P improves with experience E. I hope your performance increases with an experience of little information that we have shared over here. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for presenting a comprehensive overview of FDP program. We have amongst us an eminent personality, Professor C. Krishna Mohan, sir, from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Hyderabad. As the chief guest for this valedictory ceremony, I now request sir to address the gathering.
I'm back again. so it's very important that we often go through these kind of programs, undergo training programs, or basically more than training, I would say learning. Okay, we need to learn. It's important. We keep learning. So actually, to be very frank, I used to think once I become professor, I wanted to have only 1 or 2 students, PhD students, and little teaching work, and then I wanted to become, silent and then do my job. But it so happened that after I became professor, one day suddenly different thoughts started coming to my mind that there are so many people waiting outside IIT gate for an opportunity to be in IIT. So I thought I should give more opportunity possible. So that's how today I ended up having 21 PhD students under me, which I never had. So I am taking more workload than what I did during assistant professor or associate professor time. So now I am having more workload. I think that keeps us motivating, and that keeps us encouraging. You encourage yourself and try to do better than what you have done. So my thinking started like, okay, all these days, like last 30 years also I have done this much. So I have built some platform. Now from here, next 5 years or 10 years down the line, or 5 years down the line, not even 10 years, 5 years down the line, I should do 3 times better than what I have done in the last 30 years. Because it took so many 30 years, more than 30 years to come to this level and build this platform. So from here, the next 5 years, I should do 3 times better than what I have done last 30 years. So this is how we keep going. We keep working, keep improving ourselves. So that way, like, it's important that you go through, attend these kind of programs and know little bit of some. You may not understand everything, or you may not follow everything, but at least you get some here there some points which will help you in, okay, see, even 1 point is enough to work on for future. Okay, you don't need great ideas. Simple one idea, some interest, it can create some interest in you. See, it's all about even teaching. I'm sure all of you are teachers here. If you see the teaching paradigm, okay, there's a complete shift, domain shift. I was talking, complete shift, because the days like, I think some of us, here, earlier generation, so we used to depend on books or teacher, and that too one or two books, not many books. So now you have a lot of information, and if you teach the same thing what is there in the book or Google, the students don't appreciate. And not only that, the students don't have, it's very difficult to hold their attention for 1 hour or 40 minutes also. Even 40 minutes is difficult to hold their attention. So teacher has to do something, different every time to motivate them, to inspire them, So that's why like what I try to do is every course when I teach, first few classes only try to motivate them. Because once they get motivation, half of my job is done. Okay, I can relax. Because they don't need to, you don't need to teach everything what is there in the book. They can read on their own. At least some basics if you can give them, and then some pointers to the future, So most of the time I give my course as a project-based course where students are liking, they implement a paper and things like that. So that, sorry, to take more time, but, because they're all teachers, I thought, how important that we should also change our teaching methodology, teaching way of teaching. We should think some innovative way to attract their attention and see that, they do well. Ultimate aim is to that how we, not only just teaching is not the only way to impart the knowledge. Okay, there are many ways, So once they are motivated, once they get interested, that's it. They themselves will treat it. They don't need a teacher now because they have enough information in the. Okay, so that way, like, so here the same thing here. All that you might have got is some hints here, there, some pointers to some topics, new topics, future topics. Just pick up from here, and then go forward and try to do your best. Okay, give your best, and don't think that okay, I am 50 or 60, I am done. Nothing. No. Okay, till we die, we keep learning things. Every day we learn new things. Even today I learned something new. So we keep improving ourselves, and that's what motivates us to do well in future. Look for the future, and that, okay, we should not feel that, okay, everything over, yalla aitu, I just want to, go time bandide. It's not that way. Okay, don't give it up. That's what I believe in. Don't give it up. Never give it up. It's nothing like all of us have same brains, all of us. It's all about interest, working with attitude, interest. You all do well. I'm sure you can do much better than what we all have achieved. Okay, because it's all about that somewhere some spark, coming out. If you see my background, I didn't have good background till graduation, second year of my graduation. Only after that I picked up, I got interested. Till then I never was interested in studies. It's all about that, And today I ended up here, So it's also as simple as that. There is nothing, never late. Take it from me, never late. Okay, you keep working, and definitely you will, whatever the hard work you have put in, you will get back that. Take it from me. This is my life experience. Okay, so keep working hard, do with passion. I'm sure results will come, automatically follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views and insights on role of teacher in inducing creative thinking in students and also inspiring us. I now request participants to come forward and share your valuable feedback about the FDP. You are requested to keep your remarks concise within 2 to 3 minutes as time is limited. Now the stage is yours.
Thank you, sir. Well, distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, a very good evening, everybody. On behalf of all the participants of this AICTE ATAL FDP on deep learning techniques, it is a great privilege for me to give a good feedback. Actually, I am an odd man out in this group, simply saying, because I belong to electrical and electronics engineering department. Many people were wondering on seeing me why this lady has come to attend this computer science branch. There are two reasons I can say. I would like to know some of the basics on deep learning techniques because some of my research students, WADs, are doing their work with the deep learning techniques applied to our power system engineering. So some basics, if I can understand, then that will be helpful for me, I thought. Another reason is I am handling biomedical instrumentation subject for our EEE students, elective subject we are giving. So these are the two reasons for coming and attending this wonderful FDP. Actually, I have had a basic knowledge about deep learning after attending this FDP. That is the success of the FDP, wonderfully conducted, I think. Very well coordinated this FDP program, and Dr. Shekhar and his team, very well organized. Very special thanks to the coordinator, Dr. Shekhar sir, his colleagues, and particularly research scholar team for doing all sort of arrangements for the participants, including the guest house accommodation, then no words to explain about their hospitality, everything, each and everything as a whole. They have done excellent preparation, meticulous planning and execution, time management and all. I could not mention each and every name because of want of time. Thank you, all of you, sir and madam. Thanks to everyone. And particularly participants also, they are very much coordinative and they are very much helpful by all means. So very nice FDP, very nice place, very nice people, the peaceful, serene environment. Very good experience I had in my 32 years of teaching experience. I have attended so many FDPs in different phases. This is a wonderful experience for me. Thank you one and all. Thank you. Bye.
In fact, I was thinking there will be only some 5-10 people in last day, I was thinking, I didn't expect. And good to see like all of you are quite enthusiastic to listen, because it also motivates us to, having come from somewhere, your attention is there, we also feel good. Really good to see all of you quite interested to know things. It's really good.
Teacher is an ever student, sir. Teacher is an ever student, so we are all happy to.
Madam has given on behalf of all the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. We are blessed to have with us today a dynamic and creative personality, Professor D.S. Guru sir from University of Mysore. I now request sir to share his insights and deliver the presidential remark.
Good evening, everyone. My friends on the dais, Professor Krishna Mohan, Professor Manjaya, Professor Shekhar, friends on off the dais, Dr. Veerbhadrappa, Dr. Sharmila, Dr. Khan, Dr. Bharti, research scholars of this department and the participants from various other institutions across nation. Good evening to you all again. I said good evening. That's good. You still keep up your energy. I have Nothing to say, because I already have spoken out about 2.5 hours in the morning, disturbing you a lot. But still, I don't want to give away the opportunity, because just few minutes ago, Professor Mohan Krishna said, never give up. I should not give up my opportunity. It's a lesson for me also. I should not give up the opportunity to address you as a part of valedictory function. That too, as Shekhar said, it is a presidential remark. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Shekhar and his team members for having made this FDP a week program a grand success. Hope you will give them a big applause. It's not that easy to organize an event. Even personally sharing with you, I find it difficult to plan for a birthday even.
Yeah, correct. And 1 or 2 days also.
Correct. No, even birthday evening party of my own kid, inviting neighboring people. It's tough to manage. And it is much tougher to organize 2 days conference, 2 days workshop, right? Besides, Dr. Shekhar and his team members have made their mind to make this a week program, a very successful program. So obviously, they do deserve our applause, our encouragement, and congratulations. I do expect the team headed by Dr. Shekhar to continue organizing these type of events for the benefits of both faculty members and also for the research scholars. To pick up, as Professor Mohan Krishna said, you may not be able to understand everything in detail, but at least you had a glimpse of things. You could pick up a couple of them and then think of exploring further the moment you go back to your laboratories. So probably I wish this university, the department, would continue organizing similar type of events for betterment of the budding technocrats to contribute something for the upliftment of society in future. And I must doubly congratulate you all, right? Because we should appreciate your patience, attending through marathon lectures every day from morning to evening, right? For the last 6 days. You really deserve the twice of the congratulations that we had given to Dr. Shekhar and team members. Congratulations to you all. Yeah, we all have come from different places, and it was a change for you. And all you have come from your own background of deep learning, and you got something good here, right? So whether things have really gone into your mind, brain or not, but lunch must have gone inside, right? So they also provided a good lunch every day, right? You eaten up well. So you spent a week with people of Mangalore. And not only that, because you are 30 plus in number, you must have got a good friendship network. You got to know mutually each other. Somebody from Tamil Nadu, somebody from Kerala, somebody from Andhra, somebody from Delhi. I don't know your background, but you are all from different locations. And now you got to know about myself, you got to know about Mohan Krishna, got to know about Manjaya, and now be in network and establish strong relationships for academic development. I'm sure that this type of FDP is not just to give you the knowledge, but also to push you towards the network of people. Once you are into the network of people, seeing others, probably that becomes an inspiration for you to make up your mind and to see that you become so strong, right? Yes, of course, as Mohan Krishna sir said rightly that he wanted to just simply spend his life very calm, taking up only 2 PhD scholars, soon after promoted to a professor position. Yes, everybody's thinking is that only, but the moment we report as professor, we will have a different perception, we'll have a different responsibilities, right? Yeah, I just imagine a lady who has placed a cooker on the stove for baking rice, which takes about 20 minutes. If that lady loses her patience, and if that lady just stops that stove after 19 minutes, Do you think that that rice becomes eatable? Definitely not. Right? You have spent in 19 minutes with a great patient, but you decided to stop and switch off the stove. But just 1 minute, that rice doesn't, it is not the rice to be eaten up, right? Obviously, that 1 minute of, last minute of that process is very important. Similarly, in our life, in our profession, because we have put in great effort for the last roughly about 30 years, we have become not only experienced but a wise personality to supervise, and that's what Mohan Krishna indirectly said. Now, even for the next 3 years, I can contribute 3 times of what I could contribute for the last 30 years. So that is where your patience is really required. So it's not that what you learned so far, what you contributed. If you go with the same spirit, with a great interest of mind to accomplish something, with the next 1 year, you can contribute a lot and relatively better than what you have contributed. But what is more important is a picking up attitude, the positive attitude to contribute, right? So this type of seminars, I'm sure that has really pushed you into back. If you already have done something and thought of going away from the research, these type of seminars, I'm sure that have brought you back into your line of continue educating, right? The madam said rightly that, right? She wanted to learn something, though she appears to be odd one out of it. For deep learning, for computer science, nobody is odd, because computer science is simply common sense. Computer science is CS, CS is nothing but common sense. Whoever exhibits a common sense is a part of computer science. So then there is no question of thinking that even mechanical engineering, right? Even mechanical civil engineer is a part of computer science today, because nothing can be imagined, continue existing without the support of computer science. Everything is art, only computer science is soft core, right? Software. So everything is art. What is, I am hard looking, but inside what is there? A software which you cannot touch and experience, a soul. That soul is computers today. Computers and its technology is a part of everything, irrespective of your branch of science, branch of engineering, branch of study, it has become an indispensable component. Then there is nothing like feeling that I am not, right? So obviously you can explore further. Probably you can be a great contributor or a great researcher tomorrow for the upliftment of not only deep architecture, a deep square architecture you can think of, right? Deep square architecture, but mathematics matters, right? I wish you have understood, while listening to the various speakers here, the significance of mathematics in deep architecture, right? Probably everyone. Yeah, Shaker must be appreciated because he could catch hold of people who have got rich experience in the respective domain. Dr. Nagabhushan, a rich man, great experienced personality, and Shaker himself has a great mathematics background, Mohan Krishna, and the last day, Dr. Dinesh, both the Dinesh, right, have got a very good industrial experience. And then Professor Chandrasekhar from Chennai, known for his excellence, contributions in the field. He could catch hold of the people to deliver good goods, and he could also manage with the certain research scholars to practically give exposure to the various kinds of problems. I must appreciate the way in which he planned and worked out the timetable. He has put in a great effort, no secondary thinking or thought in it, right? So I'm sure that all have really helped you, inspired you, motivated you to take up further studies, and you would, I am sure, through email, would demand Shaker to plan for another event similar to this. And with this, I wish all of you a very great, successful, satisfied future. And once again, with the congratulations, with an expectation that the Shaker would continue organizing this type of seminar for our benefits. And I wanted, in fact, not to give any lecture for Mohan Krishna. I just said, Shaker, that it's not the time for me to talk. I stopped giving lectures anywhere for that matter. I decided, in fact, I wanted youngsters like Shaker to speak more than myself standing and talking. But inevitably, you really have pushed me into the lecture today, right? So because of Mohan Krishna, Krishna Mohan, I was, here in the morning to engage your session in place of fee, right? No. So I come to that conclusion of not to give any more lecture, but I wish attending lectures by youngsters like Shaker and others, right? I want to listen to the people rather than continue speaking. But still, anyway, it's a fate today. I was supposed to be here standing and talking for hours together. Thanks for this opportunity, and thanks a lot. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, sir, for the presidential remarks. Gratitude is the attitude that takes you to the altitude. To put across our words of gratitude, I now invite Ms. Sazia, Research Scholar of the Department of Computer Science, to propose the vote of thanks.
A very good evening to all gathered here. I am highly privileged and humbly honored to have been asked to extend a vote of thanks on this occasion of a week-long FDP program on deep learning techniques for advancing medical image processing organized by the Department of Computer Science in association with AICTE ATAL. First and foremost, I would like to thank the President of the valedictory ceremony and the resource person of the FDP, Professor D.S. Guru from the Department of Studies in Computer Science, University of Mysore, for his insightful presidential remarks. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence despite your hectic schedule. Now I respectfully invite Professor Manjaya D.H. to present the memento to Professor D.S. Guru as a token of our sincere gratitude. I would also like to thank the chief guest of the valedictory function and also the resource person of the FDP, Dr. C. Krishna Mohan, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Hyderabad. I kindly request Professor B.H. Shekhar to present the memento to Professor C.K. Mohan as a gesture of our gratitude. I extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Jayaraj Amin, Honorable Vice Principal of Mangalore University, for his support. My heartfelt thanks to Professor H.L. Shashirekha, Chairperson of the Department of Computer Science, Mangalore University, in her absence for all the support rendered. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank Dr. Manjaya D.H., Senior Professor from the Department of Computer Science, for his gracious presence and the welcome address in this valedictory ceremony. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor D.S. Guru to kindly present the memento to Professor Manjaya D.S. as a token of our gratitude. I would like to place on record my gratitude to my guide, Dr. B.H. Shekhar, Professor in the Department of Computer Science, and also the driving force behind this FDP program. I sincerely thank Professor B.H. Shekhar, sir, for providing us an excellent opportunity to learn through a well-structured FDP program that includes technical, theoretical sessions, hands-on experience, and an industry visit. We consider ourselves fortunate to be a part of this FDP, and this opportunity is made possible through the efforts of Professor B.H. Shekhar, sir. Thank you very much, sir. My sincere thanks to Professor A.M. Khan, Chairman, Department of Electronics, for his constant support and also for providing accessibility to the lecture hall. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Bharti Pillar, Assistant Professor at University College, Mangalore, for her adept management of the Master of Ceremonies and handling of the sessions. I respectfully request Dr. D.S. Guru to present the memento to Dr. Bharti Pillar as a symbolic token of our appreciation. I extend my sincere thanks to all the resource persons who have made significant contributions to the success of this FDP program. Professor P. Nagbhushan, former Director, IIIT Allahabad Prayagraj, currently Vice Chancellor, Vignan University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. Professor Chandrasekhar, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Madras, Chennai. Professor C. Krishna Mohan, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Hyderabad, Telangana. Dr. Manjunath Chenoy, MD, DNB, Professor and Head, Department of Dermatology, Ennapoya Medical College, Ennapoya University. Dr. M.S. Dinesh, Senior Research Scientist, Medical Division, Philips R&D, Bangalore, and his team members, Mr. Saptakatha and Mr. Maulik Pandya. Dr. R. Dinesh, Senior Research Scientist, Samsung R&D, Bangalore. Professor Pascal Tyrrell, Director of Data Science, Department of Medical Imaging, University of Toronto, Canada. I recognize the presence of Professor Boja Pujari sir and Professor Veer Bhadrappa sir and Professor Sharmila Kumari. My heartfelt thanks also to my fellow research scholars for their unwavering support throughout this FDP. I appreciate the dedication of the technical team led by Professor Shashirekha ma'am along with the team members Mr. Anand and Mr. Ajay for their tireless efforts in broadcasting the event live on YouTube. I extend heartfelt thanks to all the participants who have actively participated in this FDP from across the nation. Last but not the least, I hereby thank everyone who is directly or indirectly part of this FDP program. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Sazia. In conclusion, I would like to thank each one of you for your active participation and contribution to this FDP. Let's continue our journey of learning and collaboration. Thank you one and all. Now we will have a group photo session outside this hall. And after that, tea will be served.